It is a sight worth seeing. Step into my world, see the way I see it. Rivah TV. Rivah TV. Hello, good evening, everybody. Good evening. Happy Monday. Listen, I don't know what's wrong with me, okay? I keep putting the time for a little earlier because in my mind it makes sense, but then when I actually finally get here, it's a different story. Okay. But thank you guys so much for joining me this evening. Good evening. I see the first thing I see, James Scorpion Jackson said, good evening, James. How are you? Somebody said, James said I need to come on and do a mukbang for real. Like at some point, we're just gonna have to bring our food and come together, and we will eat and chat. Like at some point, we're gonna have to do that. Kendrell, thank you so much for coming in. He said must be eating all that good stuff to be ready for a 5-hour stream again. I know these streams. Listen, these streams literally take over. Okay, not even over. Okay, so that is so true. Thank you so much for coming in with a like, share, and subscribe. I really, really appreciate that. First comment in the chat was from Yahawada. I don't know the first name. It said, hello, Rivah. Hello. How are you? I see this one says Culture House. It says, since I'm old enough to be a lot of you guys' grandparent, I figured I have something to contribute. Well, that's good. Okay, I hope you stick around, and I hope that you do add to the conversation. So yeah. Benjamin Walker. Oh, Montel, thank you so much, Montel. He said it's okay, take your time. Kendrell, it's so funny, I feel like I just got a notification when I was starting. Let me see if I see your message, Kendrell. Oh, no, it's so funny. As soon as I was turning it on, you sent me the same message, so that's so funny. Montel said, take your time. Thank you so much. Benjamin Walker, he said, hey, Rivah. Hey, Benjamin. How you doing? Eugene, so nice to see you guys. Goldie, thank you so much for coming in. All right. Let me just go ahead and sorry, I have some noise in the background, but let me just go ahead and just start this conversation, okay? Let me tell you what happened. Okay, let me tell you what started this conversation. Let me tell you what was the reasoning and the thought process behind this conversation, okay? Hello. Hi, Nikki. How are you? Thank you so much for joining. Make sure you guys stick around because I am going to drop the link. I do want you guys to come on, cam up. Let's have this conversation together. This is a very, very interesting conversation, but I feel like so many people can add to this conversation. I don't know if you guys have even seen this conversation, but let me give you the backstory, okay? The backstory is last week when we were on, we had a gentleman call in, okay? And he was like an older gentleman. He doesn't even seem that old, but he was clearly older than us based upon the fact that he said that he was married for a certain amount of time, right? So we knew like, okay, he must be a pretty older gentleman, right? He came on and he was saying that like, oh, he can offer more to the conversation than we can because we're from a younger generation. We haven't even lived long enough to have the experience enough to even be a part of these conversations. Okay. And it made me think, because if that were true, right? If that were true, that we don't have to be a part of the conversations, we're not old enough, we don't have as much experience, why are we always all congregating here having the same conversation about marriage now compared to how marriage used to be, right? When as you guys can see by the title, like so many people talk about that, like, oh, like that love doesn't exist anymore. The love that our grandparents had doesn't exist anymore. The love that our aunties and uncles or whoever, our parents, whatever age it is, that they had, that love does not exist anymore. So I wanted to kind of get everybody's perspective on this conversation. I wanted to get the quote unquote younger generation, the older generation in between, dating, just the different mindsets behind that. Just because in my personal opinion, okay, this is my opinion, I don't agree that it means that 100% of the people who were married before in the past, grandparents' generation, old people's generation, I don't think that 100% of the people who are married within that time necessarily have a marriage to be replicated. Okay. And I mean that in a multitude of different ways. I mean, as in, like, the whole happy wife happy life, whatever the woman says goes. She's the one that is running things, she's the head of the household. As a man, you just say yes and agree, and you nod and agree. Do I look fat in this? No, you don't, just because you want your wife to be the happiest person in your home space because she is the one who's running that household, right? We have a lot of that mindset. However, okay, we have a lot of people coming up now in this generation talking about how, like, oh, the reason why we have this mentality. I don't know if you guys saw my reaction today, of what I did about the young lady who was talking about, like, cooking, cleaning, and all these kind of things, all the stuff that she's going to have to do and bring to the table. A lot of people are ill-equipped when they get into these relationships. I jumped on the chat with Lapeef, and we were having that conversation, and somebody had asked a question. They posed a question, and they were like, do you feel as though the older people of the generations are doing a good job in, setting an example for the quote unquote younger folks, right? So I'm saying, setting an example for the younger folks. I feel as though no. I feel like as though a lot of the people within this generation are ill-equipped. A lot of people didn't see two-parent households, or right, or if they did not only not see two-parent households, a lot of people were in predicaments where they kind of just grew up, and, like, they had to get out at 18. They maybe saw dysfunctional relationships, or maybe they didn't have the conversations necessary to prepare them to have their own families, right, to raise their own children. So I think it's definitely a conversation that, again, I said is very necessary for all of us to have. And I'm very intrigued on hearing everybody's different perspectives to this conversation. I want to go ahead and read Nikki Angela. Oh, well, first of all, Kendra said he capping. He said, "Now he capping." Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, I definitely feel like this generation is so different. It's so different. Like, back in the days when people were married, like, there was no social media. And it's not that people weren't trying to keep up with other people from way back then till now, because if that was the case, there wouldn't have been a keeping up with the Joneses, that we still use until now. So obviously people have always tried to, like, stay up with how everybody else is doing things, and, like, try to look good for other people, right? But it's so different now. Like, our attention spans are different now. Back in the day, people used to actually read the newspaper. That's how they found their news. They have to read the newspaper, listen to the radio, watch TV. They had to wait until their programs came up. Okay, this is like way back when. They want to know if their show coming out. They're going to the newspaper. They're looking at the TV guide from the newspaper to see what's coming on at 7 p.m. tonight. Now we live in a generation that has such fast, like, attention spans. Like, they can't, grasp, like, the whole of, like, oh, I'm just gonna wait on this, or they don't have the time. If you're not entertaining them in a minute or so on Instagram, they're gonna go on over to TikTok, and if you're not entertaining them within 1 to 3 minutes, they're gone, moving on to the next thing to intrigue me. So it's a very, very different time. Very, 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 very different time that we're living in. So there's no way that the same exact things are going to apply from then till now. There's no way that it's going to have the same rules. Once life evolves, once time grows, there's going to be certain things that are going to change about the dating world, about life as we know it, right? It's just the inevitable. As time grows, things are going to change and evolve, right? Now, there are certain mindsets that are important. There are certain traditional mindsets. There are certain roles that we know are necessary. However, again, this is going to be a good conversation because, as the gentleman had said before, and I wish I remembered his name. I don't remember his name. Hopefully he will come on in and join up. But, he was talking from a space of like saying that like a lot of people who are talking right now, us younger generations, we don't have the tools basically to supply anybody with any information because we haven't been married for 20 plus years, right? Or 30 plus years. But I just want to take a peek into what some of them relationships look like. You know what I'm saying? So let me go ahead and just read some of these comments, and then we're gonna keep it going. So this comment is from Nikki Angelou. It says, it still exists, but the ones who are holding each other down aren't as visible as they should be. They're too busy living on each other. And yes, sis, that's true. This is so true. It says that love still exists, but the ones who are holding each other down aren't as visible as they should be. I think that's true. The people who are actually full function married, raising their kids, submitting to their husband, serving their husband, if they're not in this space, like us, social media, having these conversations, talking, what have you, they are too busy living their everyday life, dropping the kids to school, making sure the house clean, making sure they're cooking, being in the gym, focusing on themselves, loving on each other, as she said. And that's a really good point. That's a really good point. I personally believe that it does exist. I definitely believe it exists. I think it may look different than when it used to look like different, what it used to look like back in the day, but I definitely feel like it exists. This one, Culture House, it says, "Oh, this gonna be a good one." I know this conversation can go many different ways. Nikki Angelou again says, a lot of people have unrealistic expectations these days thanks to social media. Another great point. Another great, Nikki, please, Nikki, stick around. Okay, Nikki, stick around. This is so true. A lot of people have very big unrealistic expectations thanks to social media. Okay. They think that if nowadays, it's about if he can't get you flued out, if he can't, buy you a Birkin bag, if he's not buying you a Rolls Royce, if you guys are not vacationing in Dubai, going to Tulum, Mexico, then you guys are not living life and you guys don't have a relationship, and you need to just, get rid of that zero and get you a hero, and there's always going to be somebody else. Unrealistic expectations to the max. A lot of these people who are perpetrating this lifestyle or quote unquote living this lifestyle are not even really living the lifestyle. That's why I like the memes of when they talk about like, oh, these girls, and they acting like, oh yeah, my man flew me out, and then you see like, some guy who's not the best looking, not the most attractive, that's funding the entire trip. Because again, we want to use that same analogy from back in the day, keeping up with the Joneses, and the Joneses don't even exist. The Joneses ain't got no furniture in their house. Okay, so that's a very, very good point. Unrealistic expectations, and I definitely want to add to that comment as well, that a lot of people put the emphasis nowadays, a lot of young ladies, women in general, and I can't even say young ladies, women in general, put the emphasis on finance, right? I'm gonna tell you something from Rivah. Okay, let me tell you about your girl Rivah. Okay, I'm real authentic. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys, 1,000. The most important thing in a relationship to I is not how much money you got, is not how much money you could spend on me. Okay, I've been there, had people, oh yeah, I could buy this. No, to me, what's your soul looking like? That's what I want to know. That's the most important thing to me. I'm a very spiritual person. I want to know what your soul looking like. Like, I want to know that I can feel safe with you. I want to know that you're a good leader in every alley, mentally, physically, spiritually. Being a good leader, I know that you're going to make certain financial decisions, the best. You're not just going to get the money and just spend it all and then say, oh, no, I can't pay the light bill. You know what I'm saying? So in that alley as well, financially as well. But that's not the first criteria. It's just you want to make sure that if anything happens and you're raising children with this person is going to be able to functionally protect, lead, and guide your household. That's very important and vital. You want to make sure that with your children and with yourself, that you are in the hands of somebody who is able and capable to lead you and guide you in the right way. But the first thing that people should be looking at is not finances. I'm sorry. I know that sounds crazy. I know people are gonna be like, Rivah, what you talking about? Like, we need the money. We need to make sure we can survive. I get that. But you need to make sure that the person that you're laying down with every single night, that you're in your most vulnerable state of sleep with, that's somebody that you can trust. That's the most important thing to Rivah. Okay. Matthew says, in regards to the title, I put 200K on it that it is not. Us men in general will never experience that in this lifetime. That's interesting. I definitely want to see. Hey, Kashawn. Kashawn, I dropped the link, and as you can see, Kendrell is constantly dropping the link as well. For everybody who is in the back chat, just give me a moment. I want to go through the chats. I'm sorry, the comments, and then I'm going to let everybody come up on the screen. But I'm really interested on this. Him saying that men in general won't experience that in this lifetime. I mean, I feel like a lot of men are. A lot of men are experiencing this. That's just my opinion. Hiru Ogun said, "GMO insta generation." You could say that 20 times again. Whole lot of access, not enough substance. Very good point, Hemo. Very, very good point. A lot of access, visually and contact wise. They slide in the DM. They have direct contact to you. You know what I'm saying? Some people have their phone, their email attached to their social media, so somebody can literally just call you and just have direct contact to you. They're seeing you in bathing suit, thong, all the things that used to be that a guy had to like kind of get through certain layers to get to that. Now it's just all there for everybody to see. So I like that. Kendrell again. I missed the theme song, Rivah TV. Oh, okay. Well, Rivah gonna play it at the end. Okay, Rivah gonna so you guys can hear these vocals. Okay. King Boss said, "What's up? Hello, how are you?" Tarek Blank says, "We have access to the world now. We are traveling and dating internationally." That's true as well. That's another great point. But he also says that he disagrees with him about the 40 and over, about men. My options got better around late 30s. Now I am 50. My options are better. I agree with this as well. With women, it's a little bit different. And we're going to dive into that also. That was another comment that was made from the gentleman last. I really wish I remembered his name. I'm so mad that I don't. But I hope that he's in the chat and we can have this conversation. But, he said that men and women, as they age, don't have the same options that they used to have. And that's not true. That is true for women, as we know. If a man is looking to marry you and he's finally financially stable, most men, they get it together when they're maybe in their late 30s, early 40s, as this comment says, right? That's when they're financially stable. They got themselves together. They maybe jacked up their credit, got their credit fixed, are like the head of the game, finally realize how this life thing works, organize, strict, have strong principles, and they have the ability to date somebody who's in their early 20s, 30s, their age, or older than them. As women, as you age, if a man is looking to start a family with you, you have a different time bracket. Okay, now I know that we're in 2022. There's such things as surrogacy. There's different options for many women. But I'm just saying overall, for a lot of men, they have the ability to date a woman who's young to however old. For women, it's not always the same thing. You have, women who are dating men who are younger. Okay, majority of those women look some type of way, or if we're going to be 100% honest, those women are paying that man bills. Okay, they're taking care of that man, so it's not the same thing. Nikki says, we shouldn't romanticize our grandparents' relationships. Most stayed out of necessity and what the church folk would say. This is another good point. And I don't even, Nikki, please stick around. I hope that you come on and add to this conversation. I have two Nikkis. I have one Nikki, I wish I saw her last night, and then I have Nikki Angelo. So I love the dynamics that both of you guys are bringing to this conversation. And this is an aspect. I've done a reaction video recently where a lot of women were saying like, oh, I don't want the relationship of my grandparents' time. Like, I'm living in my own apartment. I'm doing my own things, because they were not able to do so because they had to worry about everybody else. They didn't have the choice of being on their own. This says, Rivah, you are the only girl I got left. Listen, I promise. As you can see, the ladies that are in the chat, we have many more. Eugene, I know a couple of Black women content creators who are around my age and are happily married. They champion their marriage, as they should. Okay. Nikki said, older men have better options for sure. He said, and they're both live right now. I know that's right. And then this one says, love was never the centerpiece of traditional marriages. It was a duty to create and raise families. The love often came through endurance. It grew over time as couples were often married quickly. This is very true. And I think that this also goes to, again, in the conversation that I was having, a lot of arranged marriages. A lot of back in the day, a lot of people had arranged marriages, right? The parents get together, they realize they have the same principles. You have a son, I have a daughter. We're going to make this up. We're going to make sure that she has all the right tools. They don't even need to think about it. Let's just get them to be together and they're going to work this out. Now as time has changed, love has entered more of the conversation. Before it was just duty. It was about the community. Everybody was married, so you gonna get married. I don't know about anybody else. My family's from the Caribbean. A lot of them got married very young as well. Very, very young. There was no thought. There was no other men filtering through their brains, because they weren't out here dating. They wasn't out here, having hot girl summers. Like, they were literally just only with one person. And I think that has a lot to do with it as well. Definitely has a lot to do with that as well. Hello, Uncle. Hey, Uncle. Love to see when Uncle joins the chat. Exactly. Money can be made. It's all about the person. Exactly. It will come. And I like that ESO says, back in my day, we had to ask for pictures. Nowadays you scroll and it's just right there. Okay, right there. You don't even ask for it. Sometimes you like, can you put it away? Like, can you just put it away? James said, I'm still working on being financially stable. That's what I'm trying to say. And then Tarek, I'm not trying to get through so quick, but I'm just trying to get through it so we can get to the callers. Tarek, what he was saying about being, in his 40s, his age range is 28 to 38. That's the point. Okay, that's the whole point. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, I want to know if, and I see a comment in the. See, this man said he married his wife at 42. She was 24. Okay, see, that's what I'm trying to say. So I'm gonna bring up the first person. I definitely, as I'm saying, I wanna keep these conversations all the way real. If you have something to add, don't be afraid. Okay, don't be afraid. I'm very open to conversation. I want us to have this conversation. This is something that so many people that I know have talked about, have said. We see it on social media. Oh, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Let's have that conversation, and let's talk from a solution perspective. Let's not just talk about all the reasons why it's not. We're going to talk about all the reasons why it's not. We're going to talk about all the things that we think are lacking in relationships today. I want to go to every aspect. And very, very briefly, okay? I did see, it was brought to my attention by the one and only Shay Sade. And this is a little off topic, and we're going to bring it right back. I'm not going to spend no time on this. There was a lady who has a channel who was talking about me and a couple of other content creators, calling us the pick-me's, the mammies, the this, the all of that, because we are talking in a perspective that is defending the rank of a man in a relationship, right? So this woman was going off, trying to tell us about ourselves and stuff like that. And I just want to say this, right? I think I'm going to have to do a whole nother stream about that. I really did not want to get it that much attention, but now that I'm in front of the camera, I feel it necessary to just talk about it briefly. Then maybe I'll come back on maybe tomorrow or something, and we'll have the conversation. But one thing that I want to say is I absolutely love and adore. My favorite thing about myself, okay, is being a Black woman. I love being a Black woman. I love being a Black woman. I love Black women. And the reason why it's so necessary for me to have these conversations with us, for us, and I'm not even only talking to Black women. Let's just keep it 100. I'm talking to everybody, okay? But I know that we are Black people. A lot of us that are in the chats are having these conversations are Black people. A lot of people that come in, but I'm talking to everybody, okay? Rivah ain't biased. Rivah talking to everybody. But for our women, because I know of the blueprint that we have set for so many other people, it's very important for me and vital to me that I do hold us to a certain standard, because other people are getting different results in other relationships, other cultures, other backgrounds. They have different results. They are married, but most of them are raising their children in two parents households. And our communities, our relationships, our households, our families, our children are suffering, okay, because of our women not holding themselves accountable for a lot of their actions. A lot of us have gotten away with a lot from men with the mentality of happy wife, happy life. You could do whatever it is that you want to do, and ain't no problem in this, because I love you, and to keep the peace, I'm going to do what my wife said. And it's created even younger generations of women who are coming around, who are just doing whatever, expecting a man to essentially pick up the pieces for them. I want us to do better. Genuinely. I'm not coming out here to stunt, okay? I'm not coming out here trying to down anybody else. You never heard me do that, okay? You never heard Rivah talk bad about nobody. I don't even call people names, okay? I don't even like to call nobody name when I'm having these conversations. I talk about the talking points. I don't talk about the people, because I don't know the people. I just use the talking point and elaborate based off of my life experiences, based off the things I know, based off the conversations I had. So I genuinely want us to do better. I genuinely love our women. I find so much beauty in our women and strength in our women. But I think that our women are supposed to be holding our men to a higher standard than we do. That's how we have to change. We have to just be real. Like, we have the ability as women to change the entire narrative. We have that ability. When our men go outside, they're the least respected. And then when they come right back inside to our homes, they're the least respected. So you daggone right. You daggone right, Rivah gonna come up here and talk from a different perspective. You're absolutely right. It's important, it's essential. I wanna see us do better. I want to see us have happier relationships. I want us to see us have, longer relationships, but not just getting married to anybody, okay? And bringing it right back to the title. I don't want to see us just married to anybody and just in relationships just to be in relationships. I want us to be happily married, where our children can see love. And like, wow, my daddy really loved my mama. My mama really loved my daddy. Like, they really love each other. Not them just trying to keep it together and they're arguing every day and then they're going to replicate that when they get older or when they get of age. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I want to say. Okay, let me bring up some callers now. Hey, girl. Hey, Alexandra, my sis. How are you? Thank you so much for joining me this evening. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. And so, again, when you're coming up, let me know. And make sure, if I don't know you already, please cam up, just because I do want to be able to see your face. Like, I have to see what's going on. I got to see who coming on the stream, okay, because I don't want no drama. And yeah, remember, when you're coming up, we're going to try to keep on topic tonight, because I really want to stick to this topic. Is it true that our grandparents' love doesn't exist? Is it true that, like, the people of yesteryear or the people from back then don't understand, I'm sorry, is it true that this generation doesn't really understand because we don't have as much life experiences? So let me go ahead, and I know that's right, Alexandra girl. That's true. So I'm going to bring up, hello, and Jacob.
Hey.
How are you?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening.
How's it going?
Okay, so if anybody didn't know, so the gentleman I was talking about who had this conversation with me is right here to my I don't know how you guys see it. Is it my left? Well, you see where I'm pointing. Okay. So this is the gentleman. Hold on, let me bring him down real quick. This is the gentleman that had the conversation last week that literally ignited the flame to this conversation this evening. So thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for joining me. And I was hoping and praying. I'm like, I hope that whoever had this conversation with me last week is gonna come in because I definitely want to have this conversation. So by all means, whatever you have to add, I'm ready for this conversation. Then we're gonna go to Jacob, and then we're gonna add some more color.
Cool. First of all, good evening, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, Ghost in the Machine, I have a channel that has very little content right now because I'm just getting it started. It's a whole long story. But, however, to your first point, ranking within a relationship, and I'm just going to hit this right quick because I know you're going to deal with this in a different video. Head and neck. The man might be the head, but the woman is the neck. And neither one of us can deal without the other one. So I'm just going to leave that one alone. And the funny part about it is and why I wanted to make sure that I jumped on this particular stream this week is because when I left the stream last week, I noticed that there was a little comment that came up from one of your listeners, and I had to go back and I have to find it again to see who it was. But he basically said the reason why the Black community is in the condition that it is in is because of my generation. And I wanted to just reach out to that brother and say, I absolutely, positively agree. You are exactly right. A lot of the problems that the younger generation face now is because of our generation. And just to correct you slightly, my point is not that you guys don't know anything because you're not old enough. And I hate that I may have came across like that. My point is exactly, you guys live in a whole different generation. So you guys is looking at us for examples on how you should handle your business in your generation. We not the ones. Because let me tell you something about your what you talk about your grandparents, because I'm 60. You know what I mean? If your parents is like 45, yeah, I can be their parents. So I'm grandparent age. Let's put it like that. I'm in that age range. And let me tell you about your grandparents. Like you said, one of your commenters said, relationships back in the day wasn't about love. It was about survival. Because we came up with a little bit different type of society than you guys did. We were fighting for rights to live. As long as you were living, you was fine. Granddaddy, this was your job. When them people kick that door in, you be the first to respond. That's your job. Keep us alive. That's your job. Then came our generation. Those were our parents. Then came our generation. Our generation caught the backlash of the civil rights movement. These are people who were born between 1960 and I say 1975, right? Which I figure would probably be most of your listeners' age range, as far as your parents is concerned. So that particular generation, now that Black folks got rights, the backlash was devastating to our community. So we had an excuse why a lot of us you didn't see love in our parents' relationships or your parents' relationship. You didn't see love a lot of times. Most cases you did, but there were issues with, the times that were going on at that particular junction of our history. We had drugs. We were the first generation that caught the brunt of mass incarceration. And remember, all of these were a response to the civil rights movements of the late 60s, early 70s. So the Black family fell apart. So your mama raised you by herself. Some of us raised our sons and daughters as men by ourselves when that wasn't really the design of families. That's not what a family is about. A family is about a mother and a father. Now, whether or not they're together or not, that's immaterial. But it has to have a mother and a father, and both those parents have to be responsible enough to raise successful children. It's easier to do in one household, but it can be done in two households. So it was our generation that did that. So when I looked up and I said, "Oh, you want to talk about grandparents? You want to talk about my generation? Let me jump on this and let you guys know that we respect our contribution to you guys' dysfunction. But a lot of times when we were coming up, love was one of those things that was the low man on the totem pole. Fed, protected, kept alive. That's all we had to do. Love came second. And I'm gonna shut up and let you guys respond.
Well, I think that's interesting because you're talking about. I mean, it's not That's not necessarily my grandparents' age bracket, but I wouldn't expose them like that. Um, but I think it's interesting. So I understand what it is that they were battling, right? Especially here in America. Now, my grandparents being from the Caribbean, it's a little bit different. It's a lot of it different based off of the things that were going on in that time frame. Um,
Mhm.
So do you think that that has a difference in our upbringing, as in like the reason why we would have, like, say for instance, for myself, that I would have the mentality that I have because it was a different situation when my grandparents were growing up? Because I feel like my grandparents, not I feel like, I know for a fact based off of conversations that I've had with both of them separately and together.
Mhm.
Um, there was a it was a different situation. Was that my great grandfather knew my grandfather's father and was like, yeah, this is a really good family. He liked my grandmother, he talked to my grandmother's dad, and that was it. Committed
Mhm.
to that man for her entire life, and loved him as well because
Exactly.
she trusted her father so much.
Exactly. And cultural differences notwithstanding, that's always been the culture of our people. And
Right.
if hopefully if there's somebody in the chat that's Brazilian from South America, Brazilian, there are more ex-slaves, whatever you want to call it, descendants of slaves in Brazil than there are in the United States. They don't have the same level of divorce and dysfunction within the family as we do. So cultural differences do make a considerable difference in
Mm,
the outcomes of the kids. However, you also got to understand too that black grandparents will always love their grandkids. I might be mad as all get out as you, Reva, because you didn't turn out to be the doctor that I thought you was gonna be. But your
mhm.
progeny, the kids that you raise, are always gonna have the most love from us because you have to understand what a grandparent's role is too.
Mhm.
A grandparent's role is to teach that grandchild things about the family, think about family traditions, think about family history that you may not know. Yeah, I told you when you was little, but you you probably weren't paying attention half the time. But you have to make sure that each succeeding generation that you have contact with know what's happening with them. And speaking from the subject of love, the ultimate love that anybody can have for you as a spouse is to lay down their life for you. So if grandma and grandpa always was fighting, every once in a while you got to go pick him up from the emergency room because grandma done split his head with a skillet or whatever.
Right.
But if the wrong person came in that house with ill intent on his mind, grandpa was going to sacrifice himself to save you.
Mhm.
So you can't never say that he don't love you and that he didn't have love for his family because he would do the same thing for his grandkids as well.
Right.
Because Your grandkids, that's your lineage. That's how you pass on, like I said last week, those unique qualities that only exist in your family.
Hmm.
That's how you pass it on to subsequent generations. So don't never get it messed up as I may be a crackhead. Granddad is a crackhead, an alcoholic. He's a womanizer, and he beats his
Whoever.
animals.
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right. Right. Right.
But don't never think that grandpa don't love you and don't love your progeny, don't love your kids.
Yeah, I love my
That's it.
grandfather.
That's all.
But the thing is, see, that's so interesting. That's a whole other interesting point because a lot of what I hear now, and again, this conversation is like a really we're gonna get to the nitty gritty in this conversation. I feel it. We have a plethora of different ages that are coming on to have this conversation. So I feel like we're gonna have some great conversations this evening. But that leads me to a whole different point, because if so be the case, right? A lot of one of the biggest issues that I've seen that I've heard constantly,
Mm-hmm.
whether it's in real life or on social media, just things that I've talked to people about. A lot of those daughters of those men who were maybe womanizers, who were maybe, just they didn't understand. I'm gonna say based off of how I interpret it. I feel like a lot of those daughters in those situations did not understand the dynamics of their parents' relationships. So, being that they did not understand it, they kind of built a grudge or vengeance against their fathers and then told their children, we don't want to be with, for it just kept going down as the years go by, we don't need no man. Then it's like, forget the men. Then it's like, you can do bad all by yourself. You don't need those men. You can raise these kids alone. So I think that's a very, very interesting point because I personally feel that one of the biggest disconnects from that generation to this generation is that point. The fact that a lot of those, because you named it, you named all the men, the womanizer, the one that, he had to drink something maybe because he was
Gorilla pimp.
right. Like we
So
know
we used to call them.
all those different people that had to go through something. Papa was a Rolling Stone. You know what I'm saying? Like we know, and I feel like that was the biggest disconnect is those daughters seeing that relationship and looking at their mother and saying, "I would never be in that situation," not understanding that their mothers were not always bound to a situation. It's not like they could not leave. It's not like they
Mm-hmm.
wanted to leave. They actually wanted to stay because of the dynamics of family. They understood
Exactly.
duty. They didn't care about what he was doing.
Oh,
Right.
without a doubt. Without a doubt. A whole lot of us, a whole lot of my contemporary females, they stayed in relationships way longer than they probably should have for the sake of the children.
Right.
But you also got to understand too that there's a significant number of females within the community
Hmm.
who were on that whole yo daddy ain't shit thing too. Daddy's gone now for whatever reason, whether or not it was his fault, your fault, the mailman's fault, don't matter. He's gone. And they basically brought their kids up to think that their daddy was no good. You know, when
Right.
they daddy might remember, this is before I could send you an email. This is
Right.
before I could send you a text message. I
Right.
had to call your phone. And if you changed your number, I had no way of contacting you. If I didn't know where you lived, I had no way of contacting you. And then when I did get in touch with you, I say, Rivah, let me see little Ricky. And Rivah say, forget you. You blah, 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 blah,
They
blah, blah,
won't
blah,
need
blah.
you. Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And hang up the phone. What are my choices then?
Right.
So a lot of kids came up with this idea that the man was always the bad guy. And
Yep.
mama was always cool, but that's built upon the system, always making sure that the woman get the kid, blah, blah, blah. That's a concept for a whole nother subject
Yeah.
and a
Whole nother
whole nother
subject.
video.
Whole nother
Right.
subject.
But
Do you
the I'm sorry, go ahead.
go ahead?
But the point is that there's a little bit on both sides. The reason why black men and black women couldn't stay together in our generation and the lessons that we taught your generation. But then again, there's a part of your generation that is kind of culpable as well. But I'm gonna let
Like, so,
go
like,
ahead.
I'm just gonna use my particular upbringing as an example without calling nobody name. Okay. So what I'm gonna say is, what I'm gonna say, because I don't know who watching and who's not, and my family will have me up if I say the wrong thing.
What you say about daddy?
Yeah, what did you say? But what I am gonna say is that the mentality. Okay, so my family is from Jamaica. For those who don't know, like my grandmother is from Jamaica, but my father, my biological father, who I don't know. Well, I never met him. He passed away before I ever got a chance to actually physically meet him. I only talked to him on the phone a couple times. Okay, he is a Black American, right? And so I technically had the best of both worlds. I'm Black American, but I'm also Jamaican. However, I was raised with my Jamaican side, obviously. So outside is America, inside the house is Jamaica, right? That's how I grew up.
Right.
But a lot of my family is very Americanized, right? Very, very Americanized, very much taking on like the mindset of how Americans do. Like, oh, like we don't need no man, da da da. Because in Jamaica at the time, it wasn't a thing. It wasn't like that. It was, if you have a child with a man, that if you have a child with a man, that man is still gonna, your child is still gonna get that man's last name. Here it's a different thing. It's like, oh, I don't want him to be involved. I'm gonna name my baby with my last name. Very different dynamics. It was very different culturally, right? So with that being said, a lot of the people around me had the teachings of how to care for a man. Like you have to serve his plate first. You have to, he can go sit down, you serve his plate, you give him a napkin, give him something to drink. You make sure that whenever there's a man around, whether he's your man or just a guest, all the women are going to flock to make sure that that man is good. However, a lot of the people did not see my grandma. I called her name. Okay, a lot of people did not see the older generations relationships and look at them with admiration as I did. If we have a conversation right now, more times than not, I'm gonna be the one who's saying one thing and everybody's gonna be like, oh, that could never be me. Oh no, see, because I would never. But then in the same token, a lot of those women growing up were single women, single mothers, trying so hard to not replicate what they saw that they kind of would, in some sense, either vet improperly or they would just demolish the relationship because of fear of what might be or what could happen. So in my experience, I feel as though it's not that love doesn't exist. I feel like a lot of the humility from our women is gone. It's very ego, like, oh, I'll never be that one. Oh, it'll never be me. Oh, you could try that over there with Sarah, but you ain't gonna get that over here with me. Like, it's very much like an aggressive thing against that person. Like, I'm gonna get him before he gets me. I'm gonna end it before my feelings are hurt. I'm gonna end it before my heart is broken. Instead of like, let's work cohesively. Like, oh yeah, I love him. Oh, maybe it didn't work out, and your family is around you. Like, oh yeah, well the relationship didn't work out. That's all right. Like, did you guys try counseling? Did you guys no? Oh, he ain't this. He ain't that. Like, aiding into that conversation because they remember what their father did or whoever and soever did.
I think
to a certain extent.
I think what I'm saying makes a. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Go ahead, Jacob, because I've been talking.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to first kind of give a little background. I'm new to the channel here. I've been watching for a little while and love your content.
Thank you.
So my background is a little bit unique. When I say unique, but so I got married at 23 years old. My wife was 21. And the reason why is because, see, my father um, told me, I got 4 brothers, 5 altogether, and he told all of us, he said, listen, I'm raising you at some point because you guys are going to be husbands. So the conversations that we had in our household was night and day to some of the conversations that my fellow black men that I'm friends with had. Right. So if you talk generations and stuff like that, I can compare if I compare my dad's family, my grandma and grandfather to my mother, who was married and no long and was a single mom for a very long time, the conversations in the household were different. See, I got to see my grandma serve my grandfather a plate. I remember one time we were there visiting, and I remember my grandma was cooking some steak, and we were all waiting to eat, and she was the first person that she served. I was
Right.
10 years old when I saw that. Okay, my mother did the same thing. So I think a lot of what you're saying, people, is like you got to see certain manners, right? You got to see certain things that what now are looked at as negative things that contribute to a cooperative relationship as opposed to it being competitive. So I think sometimes, when we're looking at our grandparents and how love that they had for each other, they weren't really competing with each other. See, I think too back then people were more focused on finding a purpose partner, someone they can life with. They had more of a student mentality, as opposed to nowadays. It's not like that. People see there's a difference between being married and being a husband and a wife. They're not the same thing. People fall in love with marriage, but when it comes for a husband, there's a lot of characteristics and certain traits that you have to see growing up. And if you don't see those certain things, you're not going to have a successful marriage. I'm sorry to say that. It's just not going to work. So our grandparents,
mm-hmm.
so our grandparents, at least I got to see that on my dad's side. On my mom's side, I didn't quite see that as much. When my wife, this is a perfect example. When my wife first met my family, her family said that my family was like the Huxtables.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? So we're programmed to look for the negative right out the gate.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, and you see it across, and it's sad because like, if I was to look at just from a spiritual perspective, right? Like how many of us can? I'm not on this call, but like for me, it's like, and I grew up where, you looked at God for everything, right? If you weren't spiritually grounded, then all things in your relationship don't work out. Well, you have the relationship with yourself, vertical relationship with your kids, and then your horizontal relationship. So, like, if a person's growing up in a single parent household, they don't get to see the horizontal relationship they have with their spouse.
Mm-hmm.
All they see is vertical relationship with the kids, especially if you have grandma and auntie and whomever raising, the child. And then all you see is the relationship the mom has with herself, as opposed to back in the day. You got to see grandma and grandpa, loving on each other. You got to see the vertical relationship. You got to see how they were treating each other. And yes, people did stick with each other because they had, but that was economics where times were. Financially, people couldn't afford to be on their own.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's just where we were. That's where they were at. But to me, like, it makes it. I feel like the love that grandparents have, it exists only if a person is surrounded by a family household that's traditional. It's very, it can be difficult to see that love exists if you're not coming from a traditional household. That's just my personal
And I
opinion
want
on
to
that.
say something to that point too. And Jacob, you're glitching just a little bit. I'm gonna just drop you down and bring you back up. You don't have to go far, but I'm gonna drop you back. Just try to reconnect because I want us to be able to see you, like, with the I want the audio and the picture to be together. So I'm just gonna drop you down, but it's not because I'm kicking you out. I really want you to come back, and then I'll add you right back up.
Yeah.
I think that's such a good point. What he said about the not being traditional, because I mean I think that's so true. Like a lot of these people want these relationships and they've never seen the examples. So they're trying to replicate something the best that they know how. And listen, I want to say this. I want to say this to the ladies, right? I want to say this. It doesn't make you a bad person because you don't know. It does not make you, Riva said it, it does not make you a bad person because you don't know. However, you do have to be willing to learn. That's what's going to make that change for you. Willing to learn, willing to get on that man's page, willing to say, I've never seen it. I never saw it done differently. I never saw it done in a better way. But I'm willing and I'm able to learn if you did see it, or for us to find the best way that we can function together. That's where you have to be accountable for your future. We can't go back to, oh, I remember when I was 4 and my daddy. No. If you want to have a functioning relationship moving forward, you have to take yourself out of the situation and then look at your parent or look at those relationships as grown people making decisions. Not as your father. That's not, he can be an amazing father and he doesn't want to be married, doesn't want to be a husband. Okay, so the two does not equal the same thing. It doesn't mean that because you saw him doing whatever to your mama, that mean that every man, no, does not mean that. That was just your situation. That's just what happened in your life. You know, and Jacob, I didn't want to cut you off because I know you were saying something.
No, I was just listening. No, what you said was right. You know, you have to be able to learn, you know, because I mean, I see individual therapists. I'm transparent with sharing that, you know, and the reason why is because as a man, I realize that I can't dump everything onto my wife. I have to have people that I can count on to, and, you know, have like a team of people around me that I can go to. I make sure I have relationships with men who have a healthy relationship with themselves.
Yeah.
Who hold me accountable. That's important because you don't want to talk to any man. You know what I'm saying? But most importantly, I think too is, you know, when I think about the people who my grandparents were friends with, you know, they were friends of their relationship.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they wanted to see the relationship work. They wanted to see people prosper. They weren't just speaking negative on the situation at hand. So, but once a person knows where they're at, the question is, are you willing to deprogram or new habits? Habits are patterns of our behavior, listen to our attitude, who we are. You know, and we have to be willing to change those habits. So if you saw good habits growing up, you know, that's more to you. But if you haven't, it's going to be a long road.
Because even the person who saw good habits, that's not her daddy that she's in a relationship with.
No, correct.
Even if she saw her mom and her dad articulate or move in a certain way, when she goes and gets with a man, she's still gonna have to conform in some kind of way, shape, or
Exactly.
to that man, custom to him, his needs, his wants, his pick, how he wants his household run. So again, it does not make you. And I genuinely want to say this just because I just feel it in my heart that like a lot of women feel that way. Like they feel like, oh well, so what you trying to say? He better than me? Nobody's saying that. He just maybe has more tools. But you guys are not fighting against each other. You guys are with each other on one accord. So in being on one accord, you're supposed to be being like, okay, well, at least one of us got the tools. But we can get this together. It's like, you know, even in some situations, maybe somebody was a babysitter or one person had a child prior to a relationship. I'm just using that for an example. And then now you have another child. It's not like, oh, well, what he think this is because he got a baby before he had a baby with me? No. Okay, you have the tools. There's a newborn baby here. What are we supposed to do? We're supposed to hold the neck and the head? How are we supposed to do this?
Right.
You just look at it as more assistance. And then I also, of course, Kashan. Hey, Kashan, how you doing? I wanted to get Kashan's take on this. Demetrius, I know that you were waiting up here, and then I'm coming right to Uncle Jeff. Welcome, Uncle Jeff. I've never seen you on the channel, so welcome.
Oh, well, I just saw the thing to join. I just want to say this super fast.
Oh, sure.
Sister, it is so refreshing to hear a young sister speak this way. I'm a little older, so to hear this, it gives hope to the future. And that's before I have something. But yeah, y'all go ahead. Y'all, yes, I don't want to jump out.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. That really means a lot to me.
Hey everybody. Hey Rivah.
Hey Kashan.
You already know I'm gonna have a little different take because my family
I know.
So with my family, so on my mother's side, my her mother was married multiple times,
Right.
and throughout my life, she's only been married once through my lifetime, and she's single now. And as to what Ghost was saying earlier, on my mother's side, I am a descendant of a slave.
Hmm.
On my father's side, his parents are married, but they're not together. They've never been together as long as I've been in this world.
Wow.
Yeah, so my only example of a relationship or how it should work is my parents. I can't go by what my grandparents did because it didn't work for them.
Right.
But I watched my parents, and they were married up until my mother passed last year. So for me, so I can't really speak to grandparents' love because I didn't really have a good example of that. But
Right.
to love in general, I'd say today's times are definitely different from then. The way life is set up is completely different. The necessities and things we need today are completely different. So relationships and family dynamics are different because life is different. And I think just from knowledge I have, I'd say love is an important thing to have today that wasn't as important. It was secondary back in our grandparents' time and before that. Now today, with how high the divorce rate is, I would say love is probably one of the more important details of a marriage.
I think so too.
Yeah.
A lot of people say it's duty and it's this and it's that, and it is all those things, but love covers a multitude. You know,
Well, it depends on how you look at it. Some
depends
people
on
look
why
at
you're getting married too.
Is that too. That's the thing. You got to be married to the right person. Like you said, I'm a very spiritual person.
Right.
So I can just be married or connected to just anybody because it's not gonna feel right to my spirit. It's got to be the right person.
And to be real, there's a lot of people who don't have that mentality at all either, and are not emotional, are not thinking at that. They're like, okay, what kind of family do you come from? Okay, I come from this kind of family too. What do you want to do in the future? Okay, I want to do this too. Let's just get married, and they just do it, and they make it work, and they stay committed to it because of their greater goal. It has nothing to do with love, connection, attraction. Have nothing to do with none of that. They are just married. Want to procreate, want to build, and that's it. And there's a lot of different reasons why people get married.
That's true. Now I will say this: watching my mother, I saw this. My mother was married twice. Her first marriage was more out of necessity. They were together out of necessity. They moved in together just so they could afford to live.
Excuse me, I think somebody need to turn their life down in there. Sound like somebody in the subway. I hear a whole bunch of people talking and they ain't talking to us.
It's probably me because I'm at work.
Oh, you at work? All right. Yes, I thought it was just some people playing dominoes in the background. Hey, look here. Get the bread, Doc. Get the bread.
When I'm sorry. On mute if it was me or not. No worries. But the reason she got married the first time was because her mother told her point blank and period, I'm not coming to your house while you living with somebody you're not married to. So they got married. Did not work out. Was not supposed to work out. I believe they were only married so that I could be born in wedlock, basically. But her second marriage that actually worked, everything, it was a marriage of love. And when I say love, I mean deep love. It was a love that I've never seen. Of all the different couples I've seen in my lifetime, I've only seen my parents like this. So that's what I go by.
And then your grandmother, she didn't have, like, she was married multiple times. So for your mother, it's like, and can we hold on? Because every time you say something, Sean, it's always a whole Let me tell you something about that generation that I have a problem with. Let me tell you the biggest thing I have a problem with that generation. It's always the pot calling the kettle black.
Ain't it though?
And the pot is black too. You need to make sure that you are, married, because I'm not coming to your house. But you've been married 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
So why you over here forcing her into something? It's not something that you can just jump into and jump out of.
Well, see, again, that time frame,
it changes into dating. Mm-hmm.
It does. Not only that, but they also focused a lot on image. See, my grandmother was a teacher, and she's 93 right now.
Mm-hmm.
So she's in that time frame, but she had this thing with image.
Okay.
So if something didn't look right or didn't fit the image, she didn't like that. Whether she did it or not, before she got to where she was with her image. So that was another problem from that generation too.
Right. I understand what you're saying. Demetrius, good evening. Uh-oh. I think you're frozen.
Okay. Now I was trying to unmute.
Oh, okay.
How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make it quick because my brother at work and I'm trying to get ready for work.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why I'm moving around because I'm trying to multitask and talk at the same time. But nevertheless, so to the topic, I do think the love that our grandparents have, I do think it still exists. It's just a matter of finding it. That's the thing. I've seen instances. I have a lot of friends that are married, that's been married for a long time, 10, 15, 20 years. I didn't really see it in my family. My grandmother was married. Her sisters were married. My mother was adopted, so the family I grew up with technically wasn't my family, but the only family I knew since I came out the womb.
Mm-hmm.
So, but that family, everybody was married. Even my mom. My mom had been married a few times as well.
Right.
That's a whole other subject. But I do think it still exists. It's just a matter. It's just a matter of finding it. And I think that I hate to rain on the parade, but if you don't meet somebody between the ages of like 25, 30, I'm trying to what's special that's left after that. I'm not saying, I'm not saying it isn't, but I'm leaning more to, if you like 35, 40, you gave a lot of your best years on both sides, men and women, to whatever, other people, life, or what have you. So when you meet at 40, it's like, what do you have to give? And I ask my lady friends all the time that, do you have anything to give the next man after you've been married, and vice versa? You know what I mean? So I think that now how you can kind of override that, I think, if you can meet somebody and you can be 100% transparent about whatever your life was prior to meeting them. I think that could be a special bond that y'all can have, because you never really tell a person everything, even people that you marry. So that could be kind of a way that you could create a bond with someone that you meet later on in life, like 35, 40, what have you. And the last point I want to make is that we have to understand collectively as men and women that society is not set up for us to be happy, especially Black people. It's set up for us to argue about the smallest things to the biggest things. Like Nearly Full of Junior says, we serious about things that's silly and silly about things that's serious. So we got it all mixed up on how we're operating out here in the world, and we do that in relationships. So we have to understand that this society is set up for Black people to be miserable forever. And we need to understand that's what we are up against when we're out here, when we're arguing about money, when we're trying to redefine roles and all that. All that's by design that we be having these discussions, because the bottom line is women ended up in the kitchen because they can't lift 100 pounds. So it only makes, if we're going to delegate the workload, it would only make sense that a man will be outside because he can lift heavy objects, and a woman will be inside because she doesn't have to use her muscles to navigate the home. It has nothing to do with you just a woman get over here. It's genetics. It's biological, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have to understand just those simple things about the way nature has been set up. So that's my little piece I have to add.
That's a big piece. That's a very, very big piece. Especially about what's society, especially about society, and how it has been set up. However, I think personally that should be fuel to aid us in being closer together. But in actuality, it's made us have that same crab in the barrel mentality, even with your spouse.
Okay, we're gonna clone people. It need to be you.
So if we was arguing about gas right now,
mm-hmm.
I mean, it's nothing that we could do about that besides just figure out maybe we should carpool, maybe we should do a better job, and when we leave out the house to get what we need and not make all these pit stops instead of fussing about the gas and it ain't no gas. And we fussing about something that we have nothing to do with this. All we can do right now is navigate this situation the best way possible because we have nothing to do with gas prices shooting up to $4 some change. I don't know where y'all at in the world, but it's $4 when I'm at.
$6.
So just little things like that create major issues, that create sexless marriages. You know what I mean? It create all kinds of things, but if we just understand how things work day to day.
This is true, but that's not the only thing that aids to that. Okay. Some of our women are just miserable.
I think that's because of lack of understanding. Yeah, I think it's the lack of understanding of what it really is. I think that, and I'll just say this, I don't want to keep talking. I've had women that I've met, and it has taken 5 to 10 years of debating and arguing back and forth about racism and money and this and that, for them to finally say, you know what, I get what you're saying. And once they get, not agree, but get what I'm saying, we can now have a real conversation without the yelling and that back and forth. And I don't want to talk to you no more. That's what it's about. A lot of sisters don't understand what's really going on. Men are reading nonfiction, women are reading fiction. And that's kind of the dynamics of the game.
I want to get back to that point because I don't know if that's a whole, I would say that's a whole different conversation, but I really want us to have this conversation in a sense of where we can expose certain parts of why we don't have those long lasting relationships. And I feel like that's a really big point. It's the mindset of women and men. I personally know women are in a space now more than they have ever been that they can say, do, reveal, come against, argue with, do anything, and they are going to get the support of other women. So you have women who are out here who will talk about you, drag you, this, oh, men ain't this, men ain't that. Oh, who cares if he don't see his daddy? Oh, yeah, I just had this baby for money. Oh, da-da-da-da. Oh, we live in this generation now where it's F them kids, like the mothers about their own children. And so I really respect the fact that men are taking their authority back, taking their stand, saying, okay, yeah, we're men, but we don't have to disagree with you guys. We can have standards as well. I genuinely love that. I love that and adore that. But I think that we have to have these conversations when it comes to the real thing about women. I saw a comment earlier where it was saying a lot of women out here, right? They look at our social media, they have a good man. Okay, Sarah is with Demetrius, and Demetrius a good man. He come home, he helping you pay the bills. Y'all, lights not getting shut off. Y'all not wanting for nothing. Y'all not living in lack. You guys are having a healthy relationship. You guys go out to dinner. You go on dates. And because of what somebody else has on social media, she dropping Demetrius to go get with somebody like that, hoping to find better, hoping to live better, all because most of our relationships, okay, a lot of our relationships are based on living in a space that we've never seen, and a lot of them didn't grow up financially stable. So even though I can build with Demetrius, if these girls are getting flued out, that's how they pronounce it. Okay, Rivah's not illiterate. That's just how they pronounce it. If these girls getting flued out, they want that same exact experience as well. So they leaving Demetrius to go out here and live that life.
Then Demetrius dodged the bullet.
Demetrius did.
He dodged the bullet, sister.
But then that woman will go around and act like, oh, all these men ain't. No, it's you. You're the issue. You're the problem. But then it might paint somebody like Demetrius to say, I don't want to get married, because that's what we have a lot of these conversations. A lot of these men don't see the benefit in getting married anymore.
And that is true. It reminds me of a joke that Cat Williams said a few years ago about women, and how women are quick to say, these brothers ain't shit. And he said, well, maybe you should examine what about you attracts not shit niggas.
Right.
Yeah. Shouldn't use the N word, I'm sorry. But
nigga means God. Nigga means God, ruler, or exalted one. And anybody who does not understand that is in 20th century thinking, brother.
Which is the point that I was about to make. Because I got to get up out of here too. My wife actually wants to jump on here too. She got a channel too. But anyway, okay. This is the thing. This is the reason, one of the reasons why our grandparents made it and a lot of y'all don't. Y'all got way too much access to information. You know what I mean? I meet Rivah. We at the club or whatever. I pull up on Rivah. Hey, how you doing? Blah, 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 blah. We go back and forth. We see that there's some kind of, connection here or whatever, What's your handle on Instagram? Now, there is, not for Rivah, but for some women in general, right? I go to your Instagram page. I ain't got to wonder about, I wonder what she look like. I wonder what she look like under all them jeans. You know,
she leading ass first.
You know what I mean? And some people are so forthcoming with their opinions and their life experiences on social media. I know exactly how many baby daddies you got. I know exactly whether your baby daddies pay child support. I know whether or not your baby daddy got that no good hussy that used to live next door to us. I knew they was cheating when they was living there.
I know that. I know y'all when y'all got problems in your relationship.
All that.
I know when you go to the bathroom. I know what you have for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I know it all.
All that.
Beautiful all black people.
Your social media.
Beautiful
all
black.
Because if I want to, say for instance, I'm a part of the manosphere, or I'm a part of the womanosphere. Now I have this echo chamber that I can go to and I can get validated in everything that I think about the opposite sex. And then you wonder why you have problems. Whatever. When was the last time? Well, I don't know if any of you brothers are married or dating, still in the dating scene or whatever. When was the last time you actually walked up to a female and actually tried to have a conversation with her?
We're talking about a group of people that don't matter.
Give it to us.
Okay, let's just be honest.
Give it to us, huh?
Okay, it's a few pieces here. Number one, in order to get to the future, which is, I am borderline to tears to find this, sister. Because if you ask a woman between the ages of 45 and 55, if she wants to be Big Mama, get ready to get cussed out.
Yep.
Now we will all agree that the absence of Big Mama is the problem, but nobody wants to be one. So what's going to have to happen is in the next 20 years, we're going to have to watch these ratchet heifers die like this. There's going to be some black women that the only person at their funeral, at their burial, will be the brother driving the bulldozer. Nobody. No, this group of people, there's an arm coming, people. There's an arm coming that's going to sweep fluid out the way and all of that. Good people are 1-to-1, I believe. The ratio, however, and this is why I say this to brothers who complain about this. If you're having a bad relationship with a black woman, it's not because you're bad at relationships. It's because you're bad at math. Counting all the brothers that sisters don't want for all the absolutely valid reasons they do not want them. Sisters outnumber us by 2 million. Let that sit in. Let that sink in. 2 million.
22 to 1 in Atlanta.
Brother, 22.
I got options.
So, at 22 to 1, understand, sisters, what you're dealing with here. You're playing musical chairs with 22 of you circling not 21 chairs. 22 of you are circling one chair. Which means when one of you sits down, 21 of you has to willfully say that if they're going to be in a monogamous relationship, I got to be by myself if I don't want a black man. Other news flash, there is no sexy, in shape, rich European roaming the hood looking to fix your Chrysler minivan. We are who you have.
Straight up.
And you are going to have to console with us. Pretty please with sugar on top. Keep with that bovine feces because you make it easy to cancel you out. It makes it easier to see sisters like Rivah. Keep with it. Keep showing your ass first. What he gonna do? Oh, by the way, every time you do like this when you talk, sisters, you close your third eye. You close your third eye with that hand movement right there. We don't have to put up with that. Now, to get to where we're going to be, people, let's understand what family means. Okay? Everybody here, FWICTV is talking about something I do on the Zoe Williams show called the Intellectual Rant, where I go on, I'm going to try to keep it brief.
Hold on one second. I want to read this chat so I can bring some other comments up. Hold on one second. I don't want to cut you off because you're on fire. I don't want to.
Do your thing, Mom. It's your show. I'm just here.
Cedric Carson.
It's your house. I'm here for the Doritos.
He said it's all conditional. Thank you so much for the super chat, Cedric. I really appreciate it. He said it's all conditional. Relationships, marriage became a business decision that eventually a comfort zone. True. Human beings generally want incentive similar to a job offer at a company.
Mama, that's close to true, but not quite.
And what's sad is that they'll treat the people at the company way better than they still treat you at home.
You missing it that
somebody brought up Neely Fuller. And the chief thing Neely Fuller said is that unless and until you fully understand the reaches of white supremacy, you will be confused about everything after that, which was where I was going with the concept of family. Everybody here done heard of kings, dukes, earls, lords, and that kind of thing, right? Well, when a king took over land, he had earls and dukes and lords to run these thousands of miles and hundreds of miles of land. Those earls, dukes, and lords were royals. They ain't finna do it. So they would get house bonds. That's where the word husband comes from. House bond. The house bond was the dude who really knew how to shoe a horse, really knew how to milk a cow, really knew how to farm. He needed help. So you got to bring your daughter who can't help you. Brother Demetrius brought it up. This dude can't, your woman can't help you. If somebody come to raid these lands, she's a liability. So they would give you going to give me your daughter? Well, I'm going to need some cows too. So that was her dowry.
Yeah.
She would make children to help you. And that unit became a family. Family is the Latin root of family is a group of workers. That is where family comes from. And as Black people, that has nothing to do with us. You weren't raised that way. We were raised in a village. The village raised us. So we're going to have to get back to that. And if you are under a certain age, Black women, if you want a Black man to yourself, you are going to have to get a time machine. You're going to have to find a king that you can share and build a dynasty with. Those are facts. It's just the plain old math. The math does not dictate in the future that you have a man to yourself. If you try, you are going to set your children up, not for their future, but for your past. And your past is over. The universe is wiping the past away. And as we move forward, there is no room. This concept of marriage, everything as Black people has to be rethought. And ratchet broads, relax. Don't even worry about them. When you find them, be happy you did. Because there's 2 million more of them, which means as men, I have 1,999,999 more shots. I think sisters believe that they have this infinite number of bites at the apple, and they don't.
Yes.
And this is not to say that you got to settle for some substandard clown. No, that's not what I'm saying. I am saying that as gas, I live in LA, gas is $6 a gallon. What is happening now, and this is kind of on the same subject, is if you look very closely, every major city is being gentrified at the same time. That's planning. That's planning that takes decades to get out with. Cities are going to be these wonderful metropolises of education and health and wealth. Everywhere else, beyond the Thunderdome, brothers and sisters, that is what is coming to you. And if you got your brain stuck on trying to do the 20th century with your diet, with your friends, with your spirituality, if you still praying to a God with a name, you have no idea what God's name is. Man gave God a name. You need to pray and let your God find you. And until we can do that and get back to where we were, away from this European thinking of husband, wife, kids. Husband, wife, kids supports the power elite. The village does not. How do you tax a village? A family's a taxable unit. That's what this really, really, really is about. And you can't build with what is here, which is why Brother Minister Farrakhan speaks of it. Other people, the Bible, the Apocrypha speaks of it. That there is an arm, and it is coming right now at the beginning of the age of Aquarius, that's going to sweep all these ignorant, and I don't call them niggas no more, because again, look it up. Nigga means ruler, God, or exalted one, everywhere you find it before the European man got his hands on it. There is an arm that is going to sweep all these Jasper-ass shade tree house goons smooth out the way. And what's going to be left, and what is going to nurture us, is sisters like this. Rivah, I submit to you that in 20 years, you, in 30, 40 years, sister, you and those who think like you are Big Mama. You are Big Mama.
I'm going to be Big Mama.
Yes, ma'am. But these sisters between you, we got to plain old let them die.
I'm getting the arms together. Okay? I'm getting the arms together.
And you ain't got, and Big Mama ain't got to have that right there. That's
how you know she could.
20th century.
Just the strength to stir the.
Oh, the strength to stir. I thought you meant that flap. No,
she ain't got that. She can't cook. What do you mean?
I'm gonna be Big Mama.
No, brother.
Yeah.
I suggest you look up stuff I eat. You will find a vegan 72-year-old sister
that's gonna
that
be
is
me.
fine as frog hair. There you go. This aging, this
the vegan food.
Yes. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna get out the way. There's another thing sisters get on my damn nerves with. Stop lying about your age. That's for white women. That's for white women.
You're 35.
Brother, when I am elected emperor, plastic surgery for all white women over the age of 35 will be the law. Have you seen what happens?
Way too much.
Okay? If you can't afford it, the state will provide it for you. This does not apply to sisters. If you take care of it, you will look like that sister at 80.
But you got to get the neck too. You can't just get the face. You got to get the neck because a lot of them stop like at the chin and it just,
that turkey neck. Yeah. Well, bruh, I'm telling you.
But tell the truth, when they be doing it now. They might overdo it. They might overdo it, but I don't think they leave any stone unturned when they really go in there.
To where?
Tight.
Depends on how much money they got too.
I live in Miami.
They got the Spirit Airlines of plastic surgery.
You mean plastic surgery? You mean where God don't know what he doing? Anytime you meet a woman that done been cut on, keep moving because God couldn't please her. So what are you doing?
Good point.
If your titties didn't come out the way God want them, you gonna fix them? Well, then that's between you and God. God couldn't fix you, and what I'm gonna do.
I am a person that believes in being natural. I'm a very like holistic, natural person. But I do think that there are terms in which a woman should be able to do that. I mean, some women have babies.
Name one.
Yeah, well, some women have babies, and maybe they stretch a little.
You talking about the basketball?
Basketball
in the middle right there.
Nicole Murphy got 5 kids.
No, she does, but it affects everybody differently. She's also kind of tall.
Personal trainer.
Okay, so what you telling me then?
Who are shorter, who have children?
Yes.
And it does not. Their stomach never.
Right now, are they plant based, and do they drink 3 gallons of water a week and exercise 3 gallons? Yes. Do they drink 3 gallons of water a week, exercise 3 days a week, and only eat things that didn't have a face? Any of these short women?
I can't say that they do, but
I can tell you they don't. I can tell you that if they did, they wouldn't look like that.
But I can say that everybody's body does come differently. There are
sister.
Things.
I love you.
Like this comment, if it's a health thing, I get it. Some women do have issues.
Yeah, this one. When your elbow bend, your mouth fly open. That's the one they got. That's the problem they have. Fine, I dare you, sister. I challenge you to find me a plant-based, healthy, spring water drinking, exercising, meditating, juicing sister that is 50 pounds overweight.
No, but what if they just gain that knowledge though? And then they lose the weight and they have extra skin. Then what they do? Then what do they do?
Well, I guess when you go to parties, you look like a stingray when you jump in the pool. I don't know.
That's what I'm trying to say. There's some attributes where you want her to feel her best. Her man wants her to look a certain way. You know, that's not nice when you lose so much weight and you have extra skin hanging down and stuff like that. Because I've seen that. I've seen people go plant-based and their skin can get a certain level of,
sister, that's too bad.
But
that's too bad. That's the price you pay. That's the price you pay. Don't nobody want to pay the piper. I have very little sympathy for fat Americans because all this right here came through that little hole right there.
That's true.
This is what you did to you
because you. Hold on, I saw his comment. I'm not talking about the fact that they are, doing it, not doing it, whatever. I'm talking about after they get to a certain space. But I'm also a woman, okay? So I have compassion for others. I have kindness in my heart for others. So y'all don't come for me in the comments, okay?
Too late.
I'm just being,
we got you, sis.
Being compassionate, being mindful. I'm just telling you how I feel personally.
Yes, ma'am. Well, the people you are campaigning for, and God bless you. God bless you if you're overweight. But that's the cross that you have to bear. Because, and I say this to brothers who and I did it. I met a sister who had a child already, and I adopted him, and I'm the only father that he knows. He's almost 40 now. I say this to brothers who meet women with children. Grade her heavily on how she takes care of that child, because that's where her love is, not what that dude did to her. How does she take care of that child? And remember this, when you meet a woman with a child, unless the man she conceived that child with has your name, she wasn't screaming your name when he was conceived. You have every right, if you got your feces collected, to expect a sister to have her feces collected. We are not and I'll say this and I will get out of the way. I believe we all have heard this. Surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. It is my personal opinion, with no particular theory to back it up, that God, if you want to go that way, those of you who want to go, God has left his goodness, but he has wiped his mercy from the face of the earth. He got goodness. If you good enough to follow your purpose, if you're in tune enough to feed your body right, if you're in tune enough to be who you are supposed to be to yourself, your family, and your people, you good. Trick off your rent money because you like them shoes and see where you're gonna be at. Break your leg, where you going? The hospital? God ain't playing no more. So these people you are talking about with some substandard beliefs and substandard ideas, they are not moving in ignorance. They are moving in willful foolishness. There's a difference. Here's ignorance, stupidity, and foolishness. Ignorance just means don't know. Sister Rivah, I don't know what you had for breakfast this morning. I'm ignorant of that.
Right.
Stupid means I don't care how much I work with my dog, my pedigree dog. She ain't gonna never be able to do my taxes.
Right.
She's stupid. She can't learn that. Foolish is when you can learn, you do know, and you do not apply. That's a fool.
Yeah.
God is no longer suffering fools. The people we are talking about are fools. You are a fool if you believe that a girl you met ass first is going to put your kids first. You are a fool if you believe that you are to be respected after what the brother in the box, wait, that way, in the box, that brother right there. You bro, with the dreads, with or the locks, excuse me. My man, that just said Ghost in the Machine. What he just said. You are a fool if you believe that I can look up everything about you and see you disrespect yourself. That I am going to fight the law of nature and have more than 80% respect for you than you have for you. People only respect you 80% of what you respect yourself at the most. You foolish. Foolism, the fools and the fools that teach it, the fools that follow it. Sis, watch.
I want to
These same people gonna be dancing, gonna be doing the electric slide in FEMA camps. I'm out there.
I want to say something that you said earlier. It was like you said so many things, but one thing that really stuck out to me is when you were talking about I don't know how many people you said in the chair. Mm-hmm. Or walking around a chair, or
it's 22-1 in Atlanta.
Okay, 22-1, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So one thing that I really wanted to speak on, and I had this conversation with Amir from Lapiv, long time ago, maybe months ago, and I think that's something else that when you say that we need to change the dynamics of our thinking, I understand that we are also talking about our grandparents' generation compared to now. And this kind of ties into the conversation as well, but it's a completely different conversation, a little off topic. But a lot of these women are willing to share, right? But because of and when I say willing to share, I mean willing to be second wife, willing to share the spouse. They're doing it already.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly.
They're literally doing it already, but they want to make sure that they're the one that's in the house. Or, they're the one that has the baby, or they're the one that has the ring, and then they're willing to be, down for whatever the case is.
Baby, that's where you come from.
So in that conversation, we also need to have those conversations as well to talk to different dynamics of relationships, because there's going to come. I would say that there's going to come a time, but it's already come. It's already
here, baby.
There's men who are caring and having long-standing relationships with more than one person. So sometimes the dynamics of our mindsets, we have to reevaluate these conversations, the dynamics of our mindsets. What do you really think beyond what other people are telling you to say, beyond what other people are telling you to think, beyond what society is telling you makes sense? A lot of these traditional relationships as we see it have changed so drastically. Because
name a monogamous king. Name a monogamous king. I'll wait.
I can't.
Listen. You can't. This concept of 1-to-1, that's for family and workers and farmers and we don't even come from that. That's why it doesn't work. That's why Big Daddy had a family cross town, because he had to sneak and do it. When the real truth is, and we have been pushed to this place. And I challenge anybody here, especially with the pure mathematics, to tell me how this is going to work any different, where you get, I'm not talking about what we have been told, where you have been taught to believe that we are untrustworthy, and we have been taught to believe that you are disposable. I'm not talking about those people. I am talking about brothers who, look, I'm an electrician. I'm a firm believer that hypothetically, I'm a firm believer that a man should have as many women as he can afford to be honest with. So, I'm an electrician. My man under me is a carpenter. The dude next to me is a lawyer. We are all professionals, We live in a particular area. We create a village where I'm not saying, and this is what I'm submitting. I am submitting that it's not me and all these women belong to me. I am the man that does the bidding for the women in my particular circle. Now, if this sister wants to have a relationship with another man, have that relationship, but don't bring no punk in here. Bring a carpenter.
Let me jump in here one time. Let me jump in here one time. This is the take on, because like you said, we didn't got a little bit off topic, just a little bit, but I just want to deal with this situation with quote unquote polygamy. Y'all got the wrong idea where that came from. You know, quote unquote polygamy goes way beyond our time in this country. This goes way back to the motherland, blah, blah,
Come
blah,
on,
blah,
brother.
blah, 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 blah.
Thank
Come
you.
on now.
And depending on which culture you are, but basically this was the routine.
Right.
Back then, if you ate, you killed your food. So all of the brothers in the village, we would all get together, and you know how to throw a spear. You good with a net. You good with a lasso. So we go out, we go to get our food. We drag our food back to the village. The ladies cut it up, feed everybody in the village. Kids are taken care of, blah, 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 blah. But guess what? When we need some more food and we go out the next day, Ghost didn't come back because the food got him. The elephant ran him over. Now he's dead. But guess what? He got a wife and kids back in the village.
What man does his bidding?
You know what happens to that? You know, in most African cultures, that man's brothers first stood up and said, I will take her as my wife.
Absolutely.
I will take care of them kids, right? But only because most of our customs said we can't have this unattached female of breeding age around everybody in the village who are actually in relationships with people. They're quote unquote married, whatever you want to call it, right? So we can't have this unattached female. So someone needs to feed her. Someone needs to feed her children. So the first person that would step up would be that man's brothers. If he had no brothers, his safe brothers got trampled by the elephant too. He had no brothers. His best friend, his cousins, somebody in that village would step up to marry that woman and take care of those children. But here's the thing that y'all don't get. Y'all doing this thing in America where I got 5 women, I got a wife, 2 side chicks, a wannabe, and a 3 in the morning because I basically had too much to drink type females in my life, you know? And I'm doing all this and I'm doing it, but it's about sex. Let me tell you about the real deal with polygamy. Rivah and me are married. I went out to get dinner. Dinner got me. Rivah's 80 years old.
Come on, bruh.
So this ain't about sex. This ain't about having a concubine. This ain't about having a harem.
It's about
cover. As white people, talk about that whole subject. Yeah. This ain't about that. This is about taking care of that female and taking care of her kids. Now, what we have in America, that's not what we used to do back in earlier times. Our ancestors didn't do that. That crap that y'all on, that is leading nowhere.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Nowhere.
Well, that's I don't know, because even that's why I said it's not just about. I'm not speaking in the perspective of side chicks. I'm not talking about like he said, being honest with. I'm talking about people who are having full on We have people who are in relationships with somebody. Okay, if we want to talk about, I don't even know what example to use, but people
D-Ray, the comedian.
People have a whole full on family somewhere else, This is not just a side chick. This is a commitment. He been with her 10, 15 years, and he been with his wife for 17 years.
Get all of that. Here's the 2 questions.
That's not just sleeping around.
This is 2 questions you got to ask yourself, though. 1, does the wife know about the side chick or the side family or whatever? Does she know about the side chick? 2, are you paying the bills in both houses?
Come on, brother.
Everything.
That's what we talking about.
That's what
I'm not talking about she playing 50-50.
Come on.
You paying 50. If you ain't paying for both your wives, you are not practicing polygamy.
Well,
that's
in the mindset.
Now that's almost unfair to say. Let me clear. I said a man. Because the only way that works is if the documentary 13th doesn't exist. And no, be fired. This is exactly on topic. Actually, if you just got to think bigger. We're not talking fast. You thinking slow. What you said, brother. What the first thing I said is that you must be honest.
Yeah.
Look here. Here is how it goes, and it's women that's gonna get with this program. I might be laid off. This system has been set up so that my woman makes more money than me. Set up. This man that you were discussing, this is why I talk to sisters about this all the time. If you over 35 and you looking for this 6'2", 185, obviously an African god, and financially stable man, bad news. The only thing he wants from you is your niece's Instagram. He's not looking for you.
Not your niece's Instagram.
That's all he wants. He ain't even think about you. What has to happen is that the young lions that are around now, we need to clan up and learn how to barter. It's now. It's not in a year. It's today. We need to learn how to live. What attributes do I bring to the 5 square mile radius in which I live? Those conversations have to start being had by black men now. Because when these cats come, this is what the effemination of black people, of black males is about. The strongest man on the earth is the black man. If I make him effeminate, if I make him weak, especially in America, if I give him trophies as a child for just getting out of the car, one day he gonna have to face the North Koreans, the Russians, and the Chinese who ain't had none of that. This is a long plan. White folks plan long. Black folks can't get a family reunion together every 3 years. These people are planning centuries ahead. Do you think that rich old white men are greedy for themselves? No, they're greedy for their line. And a man that spreads his seed everywhere willy-nilly is willy-nilly with his line. He has no love or no security or no forethought for his line. We have to start building lines again. And in order to do that, we're going to have to get all the all-star game thinkers out the way. And here come that arm. Let's go sweep that out the way. What's next? Start thinking about what's next. And what is next is not 2 people who meet each other somewhere, get married, and have a group of kids in a family unit. That's gone. It's gone. Stop thinking about it. You're wrong.
But what I was saying when I brought up this topic based off of what you were saying about 23 to 1, right?
Yes, ma'am.
23 to 1 is what I'm just trying to say, okay? Because this can go very far. This can go to the context, how it began, different aspects of it. But what I'm really trying to get to the space of is that a lot of these people in these new relationships, a lot of these people scorn the relationships of the past, right? They're like, oh yeah, I would never do what Big Mama did. I would never do what Grandma did. They was a fool. He out there, he had children. He had this, he had that. I would never be in that situation. But what you also won't have is somebody to grow old with either. Because in all of these things that you won't do, maybe it looks a little bit different now. The men are way more vocal. now. They from from what I see on these communities, the first date, they like, what you bring to the table? You don't bring nothing. You're not. What you talking about? You're not talking about. Okay, next, because I'm gonna be with somebody else. It may be a little different, but this is why I say one of my strongest conversations that I will always have is that a lot of it is our egos. I have to say that again. I have to reiterate that a lot of it is our egos, not willing to do anything, not willing to have the conversation, not willing to be on the page of your spouse, not even willing to let him tell you nothing.
Okay, we need to get her cloned.
I really want Micah to come on. I know that you were waiting, Jay. Please be patient. But I love when I see a lady come up. I always want to give them the floor.
Just
go ahead, Rivah.
Watch this.
Yeah.
So Micah, hello. Good evening. Thank you so much for joining.
Hey, it's pronounced Mika. It's just spelled. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's spelled. It looks like Micah.
I understand. Rivah is the same thing.
So in regards to grandma's love, like y'all had a lot of conversation. There's a lot of things that's been talked about. But in regards to the general topic, I think, and I can only speak about my personal experience and the clients that I've had over the years. There has been, especially in the communities of culture, a lot of generational baggage that has been passed down from generation to generation to generation. There's been a lot of things that people have been trying to figure out how to change or how to adjust, women specifically, and not really knowing the steps to take because they only know what they've been taught. And sometimes people tend to feel so overwhelmed. It's easier to not do anything at all or to just make it up as you go instead of actually being logical and thinking in depthly about it. And I'll use my situation as an example. My great grandmother is Cherokee, full-blown Cherokee. Mm-hmm. And my grandmother, now my great uncle was full-blown Cherokee, but my grandmother was Cherokee and Caucasian. Her father was the plantation's owner's son, and my great grandmother had to flee. And so a sheriff from the Midwest was looking for a wife to help take care of his kids because he lost his wife. And my great grandmother was trying to be safe. So she fled. That man adopted my grandmother and my great uncle. And then my grandmother had 13 children, 5 baby daddies, married the last man, had 6 kids with him. But the dynamics of all the children before those last 6 was really different. My great grandmother kept my mom and kicked my grandmother out when she had my aunt and continued to have more children after that. I'm quite sure the children, it's a lot of them, but I'm quite sure they kind of they had different viewpoints from different perspectives and different age groups of how they saw my grandmother and her dynamics with the man she decided to marry. And those last six, they felt they were the real kids because their father was the only one she married. And they treated everybody else really different. And so and it was 9 uncles. So of course the 4 girls were spoiled, kind of entitled. But as they started dying off, they didn't know how to do anything. And my do I call him my grandfather? But my grandmother's husband was not really active, I guess. We saw him. We knew who he was, but he wasn't there a lot. He was a hustler. He was always out trying to provide. But he's always also out with other women.
Yeah.
He was also out with other women, and he was out doing whatever he was doing. And when he was there, he was there. But my grandmother was the matriarch. She was the one who, there was people that I thought I was related to that I wasn't, because she fed anybody. If anybody needed something, she was there for them. But I think a lot of them saw that, I looked at it and I saw that I wanted love. And I can't say they didn't love each other, but I didn't want that kind of love. Like, I didn't want to be in a relationship with somebody I never saw. I felt like I was enough of a person that who I'm with, who was a compatible person to me, the person who complimented me would want to be around me, that I gave them enough peace and enough stimulation that they would want to be around me and I want to be around them. And I observed and took bits and pieces of what I saw, and I wrote, I researched, I asked questions, I interviewed, I studied. And granted, marrying my husband Ghost was the second marriage I had, but at meeting him at 24 and knowing like, okay, this is where I want to be. I know I wanted children. I knew I wanted to be married. I knew I didn't want to have a whole bunch of children out of wedlock. Not saying there's something wrong with that, but my personal preference was not what I wanted. And even though I was married previously and I didn't have a child with that person, when I met him, I'm like, okay, well, this is what I want. And he asked those questions. Where do I see myself in 5 years or 10 years? And my answers was in line with what his vision was. And was I rough around the edges? Yes. Did he have to do a lot of assistance and guidance? Definitely. But he was patient enough for that. And I was willing to learn. I was willing to study on how to be his wife and how to please my husband and how to submit to him and how to give him what he needed. And his ultimate thing, he wanted heir. He wanted his legacy. And
all right,
we got 3 children.
Clone them both.
So this is Ghost. This is Ghost in the Machine, who's not on the screen right now. This is his wife. Let me put you right. Hold on now. Let me put you right on over here with your husband. Hold on now. Let me just scoot you right. Excuse me, Uncle Jeff. Okay.
Well, I'm up in here. I don't care.
Okay. So it's interesting because you bring a completely different dynamic to this conversation.
Okay.
Because you didn't want your grandparents' love. Because what you saw was, high and by. Basically, they spent a lot of time apart. There was a lot of different dynamics to their relationship because he's also taken on responsibility or, lack thereof, whatever the case is, to a whole bunch of different children. So in your eyes, you didn't scorn the men coming on. You were just like, I'm not going to be scornful. I'm not going to be apprehensive, but I want to make sure that when I have this relationship, I do it in a different way.
And you know what? I also want to credit my mom. My mom married my father when she was 19. They had 5 children together. I'm 6 years younger than the youngest boy. And when I turned 3, she left my father. She never stopped him from seeing me, but she was a wife. I didn't get to see that. So I just saw her being a single mom, but my mom didn't play no games. If she dated, there was a few, I've seen some guys, not a lot, but I've seen, like, she wouldn't allow somebody to come by if she wasn't serious about them before she let them meet the children or whatnot. She didn't want anybody to interact. I was her only daughter, so she didn't want no man around me. But if she started dating somebody for a long period of extended time, and like my second oldest brother would say, when she's tired of you, you would know. And she didn't settle. If somebody made her feel any type of way, she definitely, my father was an alcoholic, and she'll see some things. She'd be fine with a guy. She'd be great. But if he funny, like, she's up. It's over. She's no rap, no conversation. She's moving on. She could be sad by herself. And she always indicated like the greatest joy you can have is loving yourself. And the best thing you can be is good to you. And then when you have value and you have worth, nobody else can tell you who you are. And if they either get on your page or they don't. So she wasn't dismiss a man. She got married again when I was 16. Nobody, wasn't a fan, but that's her husband. So I'm not anybody to judge. Right, I just knew I would see what other people, I was super observant. So I would see what other people have. And I used to write what characteristic, personality trait, behaviors that I'm seeing that I want and don't want. And so it's not just my grandmother, it's my mom. So I don't know her relationship with my father because I was too young. And I seen her relationship with her second husband, and I didn't care for that. Like, I cared for a relationship and a marriage. It's just certain things wasn't for me. Was it for her? I don't know. She divorced him 10 years later, so maybe not. So there's no long-lasting relationship in my family that I can look to. So I always promote when I talk to clients and when I train and with my podcast on YouTube is, if you want to see something different, you need to be the change you want to see in the world. So the buck stops with you. If you want to complain about what you see out there, you do it.
That's what I just wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask you what your mindset is on divorce, because of the fact that, like, you know, it's kind of like a situation where, like you said, you haven't seen long withstanding relationships where it's just been one person with one person for the rest of their life. Like, what is your mindset on divorce? Because I want to give a quick little thing, just bringing it back to the topic. I feel like, you know, what you experienced with your relationships, I kind of feel with what you saw of their relationships, it was more of like divorce. They kind of just get over it, next relationship, whatever the case is. But in my experience, I feel like more times when people talk about our grandparents' love, whether they witnessed it or not, I think they are talking about like being with somebody from the beginning all the way to the long haul and staying in one marriage. So I'm just intrigued on, like, what is your thought process behind divorce? Like, what do you think about that?
Well, my grandmother, the man she decided to marry, or the man who decided to marry her, they stayed together. They never got divorced.
Okay.
My viewpoint on divorce. See, my thing is, I'm the type of person that I try to have a no judgment zone. I've been divorced. My husband been divorced. We're each other's second spouses. Mm-hmm. I got married the first time at 20. I tried. I was all in until I couldn't do it. When my ex-husband put hands on me at 22, I left. And I spent 2 years focusing on me, writing down what I didn't want, being really specific. Now, in my ex-husband's defense, he did admit he wasn't ready to be a husband. He didn't know how. So I don't fault him for that. Like, if you're not ready, not ready. I need something more than that. I need somebody who is ready. I feel like that's important to me. At 22, I was like, I ain't got all day. Like at 20, like a lot of people was like, I'm gonna focus on me and I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna wait. And I knew as a kid, when I was young, I ain't got all day. I need to get it done and over with so I can move on with life. And I want to move on with life with a spouse. So when I met Ghost when I was 24, he was 42, and we dated. We had got together, moved in together, got married, got 3 kids. I don't see a divorce. We've been together for 17 years. I don't see divorce for us. Mm-hmm. I don't see any potential of that ever happening. But my first marriage was 2 years. So I divorced my first husband. I feel like if divorce, but I think people are divorcing for stupid, superficial reasons nowadays. They need to.
I agree with you, because that's actually my story. You know, like I was married young, you know, I had my family like, oh, you know, I don't believe in no shacking up and all that. So I kind of like did what I was, you know, supposed to do, and had that same exact situation where, you know, it was like a very toxic situation. He was very violent, you know, based off of the things that he had grown up seeing. So he had his own stuff that he had to deal with. And genuinely, in our mentality, as much as I was mature for my age, we were kids. Shouldn't have been married. Mm-hmm. Okay, it just wasn't supposed to happen. Tradition or not, it didn't make no sense. Okay, but I have the mentality of like, that's why I try to educate people so much on relationships, dating, marriage, getting into it, vetting properly, because I don't like that it's like a thing where you can just kind of like, oh, well, you know, we'll just get divorced. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we'll just walk away. What's the worst that can happen? You can get divorced. Yeah. And then you won't want to do it again. And then, because not everybody can be as resilient. You know, not everybody can have the mentality of like, oh, I got married, it didn't work out. I just got married again. Like, a lot of people don't have that.
Yeah. Isn't a relationship a class? All relationship is. And I think this is what happens. And again, you two sisters represent the true vision of Black female. That's where Black female power is, here. This sister said something so dope that she wrote down what it is that she wanted. We have been taken away from the spirituality of writing. Everything that you believe, everything you say, everything you speak, everything you want materializes in the 4th dimension. The way to bring it down is to plan it in the third with ink that comes from oil and paper that comes from a tree, not from a computer. And you write down what it is you want and the way you want it. You have just made it real and made a map to pull it down into the third dimension. The first, when you were 20, how old were you, sister, when you got married?
The first time?
Yes, ma'am.
20.
You were 20.
I wasn't even legal age to drink. My mom had to give me a prover. He's about 3 or 4 years older than me.
Okay, about 3 or 4 years older than you. The two of you, like you said, you were working with the tools that you were given. Mm-hmm. He was working with the tools that he was given. And the two of you made a stinking mess. It didn't work. You then wrote down what it is you wanted. And I submit to you that you summoned this brother to you that way.
Yep.
You summoned him to you. And people who believe this is bovine feces, put your phone down because it works on quartz. All of this is very, 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 very real.
If you only knew.
Yes, brother. They don't understand that this sister summoned this brother to him. And what it sounds like is kind of sort of what me and my wife have. We are aware that there is her and there is me. And in the middle of us is this thing called the relationship that we both are responsible for watering. If we don't water this relationship, I'm sorry for what I did as a man, for this thing that I did. What's confusing to you? What is the way? Not my way. What is the way? What is the principle? And we hold each other to that. When you do that, now you can weather the BS that comes this way because you both are protecting the relationship. You both are. When you do that, you're on a whole nother page. This whole, I'm just going to get married again. Well, guess what? If you didn't learn your lesson from that last marriage, that lesson is going to show up in different flesh over and over and over as tuition for the same class until you pass it.
Say that again.
Very true.
Now, can I just add something to that? What Uncle just said. Look, when I left my first husband, it mostly because he put his hands on me, and I got a restraining order, got him arrested, all that good stuff. Initially, I felt like I failed because I was trying to help him. I was trying to get him all that he needed and got him counseling and all these different meds and all these different things. And I realized that I can't, I have needs too. And I need to take care of me. I've had trauma in my childhood and I can't focus on his trauma. He needs to figure that out. But what I did was I spent a week with my brother because I didn't want to go back to the house. So I spent a week with my brother and I started writing down where I felt like I went wrong. Went wrong with not seeing those signs in him because we've been together for 4 years before we got married. What did I miss? What are signs in hindsight that I see now in hindsight that I didn't see before? How can I have clarity moving forward in the future in my next relationship? What did I miss? Because I wanted to take accountability on my actions because when I sat down, I started thinking there were signs there that I just brushed off. There were signs there. There was red flags all over the place. There was flag on the field, 50-yard line, whatever. I'm not into sports. Hopefully it made sense to somebody. But if you're not aware of a problem, you can't fix the issue. There can't be a solution. So if you're destined to continuously repeat the same behavior if you don't address it. So yes, I initially blamed myself, but then I realized what my accountability is. What did I notice? What did I miss? What can I be more aware of next time? And that also helped me write down what I wanted in a partner or the person who compliment me, to balance out my strengths and limitations, strengths and limitations I can balance out with characteristics and personality traits and behaviors that I feel like I needed. And then I got it 100-fold, like well beyond my expectations. So I feel like that's an aspect too.
Yeah, and it's also because you are aligning yourself for that. Like you genuinely wanted that. You genuinely were like, being 100, right? You weren't just saying something just because it sounded good. Oh, I just want to be, maybe I want to be in a relationship. No, you were sure because of, being and being somebody that was divorced and they were younger. I understand that. Like, you're so used to doing things for
I want to do me.
Right? Like, you're so used to doing things for you and somebody else and caring about somebody else that you don't want to change that kind of mindset, So you genuinely wanted that. And had that person had been ghost, immediately you guys would have been married from you were 20 all the way until now. But because it took something in that relationship to spark something in you to grow. And I think that's one of the reasons why you guys are even in this relationship together. Number one, for as long as you are, but together, period, because you guys are both on the same frequency. And we have a lot of people who are not on that. They just get into relationships because of meaningless things, because of, like we talked about, Birkin bag. I want to get flued out. I want to get this. Not being on the same exact tone when they meet each other. When you are, there's nothing that can beat that.
Can I say something?
I have to say,
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I really, I need to defend. I need to defend your position, sister. To the sister in the chat, Alexandra, who is bringing up a valid place, but not from where I think she should. Which is, she says that men don't put their hands on women for no reason. Where's Kevin Samuels? I'd like to address that if I could. There is one
insecure
reason.
men do.
Ooh, I got you, sis. I got you. There is one reason, and one reason only, to put your hands on a woman, and it is abject failure as a man. And this is not to say that their mouths don't push you. It is not to say that what they do or unless a woman has a knife on your baby, you have no right to put your hands on her. You have failed. You have either failed in choosing or you have failed in leading. There is no third. There is no third.
And I think, because I want her to get to her point also that she was going to say. I don't want her to miss her point, but I think also that I think those points are true, but it's also in the aspect of what have they seen as well. What had they seen when they were growing up? What's normal to them? And sometimes you have to know, like, some people have their own traumas where you might have your own. And sometimes when you're younger, you don't realize the parts that you had to play until maybe you're older. Right. And I'm not saying that she did at all, because I don't know her situation, but I'm just using that for an example.
Doesn't matter.
I think there's a lot of traumas. Somebody grows up and I'm talking about from a space of somebody who's been in a relationship with somebody who's done that to me. So I'm just saying there's different aspects that people go through different things and think things in relationships are supposed to go a certain way, think that they might have a certain authority. Maybe they saw their dad do it. Maybe they saw their granddaddy do it. Maybe they saw everybody do it.
It's in their love language.
They don't realize the dynamics. But Michael, you were saying something very important prior to that. I don't want you to forget.
Mika, and in response to that, Uncle, what you was reading from Alexandra, I would have to say in my ex-husband's defense, he never put his hands on me until I felt we needed to separate, to have time apart, and I was leaving. And he didn't want anybody else to have an opportunity with me, so he tried to take me out. So I guess that's what I did. I left, or was trying to leave. But in regards to what I was saying before, when you were saying, like, if I had met Ghost sooner, I honestly believe that I had to go through. People always talk about relationship goals when it comes to me, and Ghost, like, people always talk like relationship goals. This is whatever. I feel like we were born and bred for each other. There's so many similarities, and it's weird on how our families crossed over with each other. Like, before I was even born. Again, he's 18 years my senior. So, but I don't think I would have been prepared for him without having that experience with my first husband. I think that experience taught me a lot about me, because after I left, not only did I try to determine my accountability for my aspect in that relationship, but I also determined that I really didn't know who I was at 22. I went from my mom to the dorm, back to my mom, to my first husband. And I took time out and like, okay, well, how did I get here? Who am I? Who is Mika? What does Mika want? What does Mika like? What is Mika's desires? How can Mika focus on Mika instead of everybody else? And so I spent 2 years on self-development. And then I teach people about self-development, personal development. So I spent some time learning more about me and what I wanted in a companion, in someone who complimented me. And then I was blessed with that person out of the blue. Like the way we met was strange. Everything about it was just seems predestined. Like there was no, it's not like we bumped into somebody. He did somebody a favor. I was doing somebody a favor, and we met, and we've been together ever since. Every day, ever since. So yeah, if I met him sooner, I probably wouldn't have been prepared for, because to be with a good man, you just have to, I wasn't ready.
You weren't ready. Yeah.
Edward, I know you've been sitting silent for a while.
What's up, y'all? Thank you, Rivah, Uncle Jeff, Uncle Loke, yes, Jacob, Ghost in the Machine, Mika. Yeah, my mic was I had the mic in the wrong place, but I had a question for Rivah and Mika, and thank you to Uncle Jeff for spitting that wisdom. Man, I learned a lot today.
What good is my screw up? I screwed up so much.
And that's what it's all about. That's actually, it pertains to my question for Rivah and Mika. You mentioned, I just wanted to break down a little more what y'all were talking about, because you talked about making the mistakes. What are some of the things for the young ladies who may be going through that now? What are some of the flags they can look for maybe in a relationship they need to leave? And what are some characteristics in the good relationships that you have now that they should look for? And I wanted to say one last thing. There's a saying, oh, speak of the devil, you can talk somebody up. Like people used to say that, oh, speak of the devil, you'll be thinking about somebody and they'll call you or they'll knock on the door. So you can do that with your words too. You can do that with situations as well. And I think that led a part of, how you guys just happened to meet and it was destiny. I also think with Uncle Jeff, like you kind of drew that. But that was my question for y'all. What are some things that the ladies who are watching that they're like, I want this, but I don't know if they might be in that middle stage or where you were.
And you talking to both of us. Is it okay if I go? Because mine is super vague. For me, I would have to say I can't be specific because each individual person have their own tolerance level. And what may not be enough for me may be perfectly fine for the next person. So I don't think it's so much signs to look for. I think what I teach my clients and what I'm now creating my podcast for is people, women individually, and men too, need to find out who they are. They need to create their solid foundation. It starts with 5 pillars. And I educate about 5 pillars: love, trust, honesty, communication, and respect. You need to have that for yourself before you can have it for anybody else. And the person you're partnering with need to have it for them. Then y'all have it for each other completely. And then you have your solid foundation, and nothing that comes against that foundation will ever make it crumble. So once you know who you are, what you want, then you need to determine what are some things you don't want to tolerate. And you need to pay attention and not settle. You need to not ignore the red flags. But if you don't write it down, the thing about it is, like, I've dated. I've been engaged 9 times, married twice. I've dated. And there was a lot of times I didn't write it down. And and that's one reason why when I left my ex-husband, I'm like, why am I in this cycle? My plan was to break the cycle that I saw my family in, being with men who just not supportive and just not taking care. I wanted to change that. So once I started writing it, the narrative changed. And I started being specific about my past experiences and what I didn't want in my life. And so that next person who's in a relationship with somebody, if they don't know who they are, and that's tend to be why this is happening, because people are so worried about superficial stuff and not take the work on them. And my experience doing personal development and helping women over the last 2 decades is, let's say in 1 year, I get 100 clients. At the end of that, only 10 women is going to do the work. And it's something about the women of color, with that load on their shoulders from the world for years, that they still refuse to look at themselves and do the work and commit to themselves, but they'll do everything for everybody else but themselves. And if you can't commit to figuring out who you are and learning to love yourself, learning to be honest with yourself and speak positivity into you, you're going to continue to attract what you send out. If you're negative vibration, a negative person, if you worried about what Susie Q is doing and who Billy Joe Bob is sleeping with, that's all you're going to have in your environment. So if you don't change the narrative, you don't become the change you want to see in the world, you're going to keep that cycle. So what is it that you don't want? Be specific, write that down. Because some women like to be choked out. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to judge those women who like to be knocked around. I've talked to plenty of women that they feel truly in their hearts that if a man don't put their hands on them, they don't feel like they truly care. Well, do you, boo-boo? If that's what you want, I can't say that's a red flag because that chick like it. So if you like it, I love it. If that makes you happy, do you?
What do you tell a woman? What do you tell a woman with 2 black eyes? Nothing. Somebody's already tried to tell her twice. Never. That is the way those two people communicate. When he say he don't want no bip bop bop bip mayonnaise on his bop bip bop sandwich, that's exactly what the bip bop he mean. You're in the way of 2 people communicating. This is why you cannot judge love. That's, oh, he put his hands on you, he don't love you. That is dangerous. Love is only as good as its giver. You can't tell me that Ike did not love Tina. It's just his love came with a left hook. You have to decide what feces you will accept floating in someone else's love. Don't ever say that the way a person treats you has something to do with how much they don't love you. That's how they love. That's
another way I also look into it is I tell women all the time, you cannot get love if you don't love you, because you don't know how to accept it and you don't know how to give it. So if you don't love yourself, if you don't truly love who you are and how you was created, then you're going to get what you're going to get. And if you don't respect yourself, you're not going to be respected. So you're going to be treated the way you treat you. It makes no sense for people to treat you better than you. And when people do treat you better than you treat you, you don't know how to accept it. And people will get tired and they'll move on. So, and another aspect of what Uncle was saying is also based on how that woman feels about herself. I personally feel people with higher self-esteem, higher self-confidence, higher morals and values won't accept things that is degrading to them in a sense. Me personally, I don't want to be with no man who put his hands on me. Not in a negative way, you know.
Sure.
But
what do you mean by that? Not in a negative way.
Like
she means sometimes, but she means none of your business.
Because I come from because I come from the criminal justice background. I come from a criminal justice background, and it doesn't always go that way. So, like, when you say, can you kind of elaborate on that, please?
She talking about behind closed doors. When we get off of here, they do something nasty that ain't nobody business. Right. That's what she meant.
Right. Mm-hmm. That's what she is not talking about. Nothing.
She ain't talking about smacking her because she forgot eggs. Right, she's talking about his firemen rescue the damsel night or whatever they do.
Gotcha. Okay, I got you. I know the question was for Rivah and Mika or Micah, right?
Mika,
I'm sorry. I kind of want to say, like, you know, a person's standard is a reflection of what they can tolerate. So if you don't know who you are and your standards are low, right, unbeknownst to that person, they're going to look and see what they accept. So I think sometimes when you go through these hardships, you reevaluate your standards and what you want to tolerate in that next relationship. But I think that also comes down to, like, you know, being willing to become a student of love. You know what I mean? You cannot forget that. You have to know who you are, and most importantly, you have to study your partner. You know, I think that's so important.
I'm not gonna lie. You know what I'm gonna tell you what the answer is for me? The answer for me is that you need to get in tune with your spirit. That's the only answer I got. I'm a very spiritual person. I can't give no other answer. I can't. That's the only answer. I can only meet you from my level of experience and what my situation entailed, that's the only thing, because what you can't see, because love is blind, it'll take over your mind. Okay, so with that being said, what you can't see because love is so blind, your spirit will reveal to you. Discernment will happen, dreams will happen, things will come, situations will happen, because you're so in tune. All of a sudden he don't want to be with you because you can't leave. It's gonna make it where he just not coming home, he not doing this, not doing that. It's just gonna make the vision plain, so you don't have to worry about it. You can't titter-totter. I think that's the biggest issue that we have so far with women right now. That's the state that we're in right now. People are so far away from that. They have no connection to anything. No connection to anything. Okay, besides money. Money is who they look to. Money is their covering. Money is their protection. Money is their guide. Money is their God. Okay, so just to be genuinely honest, and I'm not talking about you have to go sit up in somebody's church. I'm not talking about that. Okay, I don't want to get that misconstrued either. It depends on what. There's a lot of different things that people do to connect spiritually. I'm not going to say that there's one avenue for that. Okay, I know that that's what people might like to believe, but whatever is your center, I believe there's one greater source of creation in itself. I can't say a person. I'm gonna say the source of creation in itself. Okay, the laws that make everything what it is. You have to be in tune with yourself. You have to be one with yourself, and it doesn't mean that you're automatically going to know yourself. It doesn't mean that, because some people can get into relationships and don't fully know who they genuinely are, and that other person can reveal you to you. Because that other person has the capability, because they're a mirror of who you are. So they're just holding up the mirror like, hey, look at yourself. And through that relationship, sometimes you can be like, oh, wait, wow, I am doing that. The other person being able to see who you are. So it's not necessarily getting it right before you automatically get to that person, because that person's going to have to work on you regardless. But it's being in tune with yourself, being a whole person. A whole person. It doesn't mean that you don't have traumas, childhood traumas, problems, whatever the case is, but being a whole person. That way you can look out into the sky and command what it is that you want, and then see it.
Young lady,
you even have the voice to echo into eternity to command what it is that you want when you're not even in tune to what's out there.
Young lady, when were you? What year were you born in, Sister Rivah, if I may ask?
I will not tell you.
Okay. Again, we back to that black women hiding their age like they age like bananas. No, that's not 2002. You. That's white women. That is not you. You're gonna look like that for 50 years if you take care of it.
I am.
Now,
hold
on
1 second, Uncle.
Yes,
second,
ma'am.
Uncle. I'm gonna let you go next. No,
yes,
Uncle Jeff is gonna go, Uncle, and then I'm gonna let you go. Okay.
Okay.
I know you've been waiting. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
There's no coincidence that you are here, born in 2002 or whenever, because again, sister, you, Sister Mika, y'all represent, and I don't care if I repeat myself. This is the truth. We are about to go through a phase where black women are going to be buried. And on that day, the only person that will be there is the body in the box and the brother driving the bulldozer. And they are going to move over and move out of the way this foolish Instagram nonsense and make way for who the true big mamas are. We are going to have to write off a generation of fools. We are not going to save everybody. We're not. We are not. Now is not the time for convincing. Now is the time for gathering. If you think that you still supposed to be eating meat, have another burger. If you think that you supposed to be out in the club on these hoes, keep on with it. Out on these, I'm hard on these hoes out here. Okay, we'll keep with that. You keep with that, because you're putting yourself in the line where the universe is going excellence or not. It is excellence or nothing. Yeah. God might as well have written the slogan for Mercedes, because this is what he wants now. The best or nothing. It will be how you sisters are saying it, and it will be how us brothers fortify and protect you, or it will be death and nothing. That's what's left. This is not 1988. This is not 1998. This is now. And everybody under the sound of our voices, you better find your monkey ass in line with this, because if you don't, you're going to be part of that swept out the way, because y'all are the future. I'm out there.
Say that. I want to address this. Thank you so much again, Cedric. It says, is love a feeling or an action? I would like everybody to briefly answer, and I have to go to Uncle Locke. Is it Uncle Loke or Uncle Locke?
Loke.
That Loke, baby. Okay. What?
I have to get to Uncle Loke too. So but I really want people to answer that question. I think love is. I think it's both. I think it's an action. It's by the things that you do, and it's also by the way that you can make somebody feel, as well as how they make you feel. Some of love is a little bit of not able to explain. So I think that it is a feeling, but I also think it's in the way that you treat that other person. So because I love you, depending on whatever love looks like to them, I'm going to do these things because of my love for you, and vice versa. For one person, it might be a hug, and for another person, it might be paying all the bills. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's definitely both. I think it's both. What do you guys think? You guys think it's both? You think it's one or the other? What do you think? Anybody can go.
I think it can be both, like you said. For some, it's a feeling. For some, it shows more in their actions than anything else. So I think it can be both.
I think love is a feeling. Love is an aspect of emotions that you feel, but it's something you can show. So I may love somebody. I'm absolutely madly in love with my husband. But if I don't show him, it doesn't mean I don't love him, So, but because I love him, me personally, the type of person I am, I want to show you multiple times a day how much I care and how I feel. So showing someone an action in relation to correlate to a feeling that I'm having is similar, but not necessarily the same to me. But then again, I'm super logical. I'm a data analysis. So emotions and facts are a little bit different for me. And that's just my personal viewpoint. I'm super literal. So a lot of people may not agree, and I don't take it personally because I know who I am as a person, and I understand how different my viewpoint is for the majority.
I like that though, because I think it's balance to the conversation. Having a woman that is like super logical, not so in her feelings, emotional.
My husband needs 19.8% more grits than me.
I'm a logical thinker, but I'm still very emotional. So I like when people can be who they are. So what do you think, Edward? Is it both?
So I wanted to share. I think it's both because for me, it just makes me think of a certain situation. I was raised primarily by my grandmother. My mother was a survivor of the 1980s crack epidemic. I will share my year of birth. It was 88. And, my grandmother who raised me, it was me and her. My grandfather passed when I was 6. And when I was about 15, she had 2 strokes and she had Alzheimer's disease, right? So I remember it was my last day of school, my freshman year, or a few weeks before my last day of school, freshman year. And even throughout the 2 strokes and Alzheimer's and dementia, she would ask me the same question every day. As she was shaking, she would say, "When's your last day of school?" And and I tell her, and then she'd ask me the next day, "When's your last day of school?" And she tell me, then I tell her, she doesn't remember anything. She's falling down. And then she held on to pass until my last day of school. So, and she remembered when it was. So to me, it's a feeling through an action. So I think, so it was there was a situation that I thought of, You know, I haven't thought of that in a while, but the willingness to put someone ahead of yourself in a way, I think to me, that is what love is. So to others, it can be superficial, it can be a feeling, it can last for a minute. But to me, that was one of the examples of love that I experienced, which has me to view it as something a little bit more deeper, you know. So that's my view of it. Is it a feeling or an action? This was a deep feeling which led to an action which has impacted me almost 20 years later.
Anybody else? Shall I go?
Okay, well, if nobody does want to go,
I'll go. I'll try and stay out the way.
I can add. I can add.
I get accused of talk too much, so I try to stay out the way.
Too late.
I got to jump off like
said so.
30 seconds.
I think
we ain't heard Uncle Loke since he's been here.
Yeah,
lazy.
And he gotta go. Then he gotta go.
Hello.
Hey, Uncle.
What's up? Hey, how you doing, Miss Lady?
How you doing, sir?
I'm all gravy.
What do you think about everything that we're talking about?
You know, to get on to Edward's comprehensive definition of love, you know, that's concrete, especially on the etymology level. You know, it's something that you feel, and it also manifests into, you know, something actual, factual, because it's just like where old homie was talking about how, you know, different people's love language or whatnot. And I would think that there's always two sides to there's two principles to everything, whether it's a constructive principle or a destructive principle. So like there's a unhealthy version of love and there's a healthy version of love. And, you know, and I think that Edward gave a very excellent example of it, you know. And to go on to your topic, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, to go on to your topic, well, I was raised by my grandparents. I wasn't raised by my parents at all. Mm-hmm. My grandmom, she was raised by both of her parents. You know, her parents, my great grandparents had 14 children. My great grandmom had children, them 14 children, by one man, and she married at age 14. She lived to be 103. And how he had 7 gardens. The math is crazy because he had 7 different gardens in order to provide for them 14 children. So, and when it came down to my mom, like my mom, she didn't choose to, my grandmom, she didn't choose to deal with the same caliber of man as her father. She chose to deal with a quote unquote alpha male type who got a lot of female attention. And, you know, she ended up having my grandfather, she ended up having 5 children. Now, she had 5 children by one man and it didn't work out. Got a divorce, so on and so forth.
Right.
So when she had a divorce, what she did, and even though she made a mistake, my grandfather that actually raised me, my non-biological grandfather who actually raised me, he was basically the substitute, and he was in my mom's life for like since she was 5. So he died 45 years later. So they were together, you know, for 45 years.
Wow.
So it just like what's happening is it's just like the narrative is that somehow, like that's crazy you having the subject, because I've heard. I listened to this little snippet on this lady. I think her name is Six Goddess, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, beautiful girl, beautiful lady.
Yeah, yes, yeah. The way she painted, I don't have any ill will against her, but the way she painted black men, in a sense that we were just so helpless and weak, and we was forcefully took out of homes by other men, and somehow the black woman had to fend for herself and develop this aggressive personality because no man was around, and that narrative is incorrect. And black men out of that's and our the current culture that the current situation that we're under has been socially engineered to be part of our culture, and it has been socially engineered beginning in the 80s, in the 90s, in the 2000s. And I say that because out of chattel slavery, prior to the 1970s, we were most married at 80%, and within 50 years, we go from I would say more like I would more say like in 50 years we went from being 80% married on a percent to 26%. I mean, I would argue 20%. So the numbers reversed. We were the most married, most family orientated in America. We at one point we married more than Caucasians. So what I always talk about being combative about that this particular topic, but that's what happened. Now it's not our culture, but unfortunately, if you grow up, if you are a millennial or a generational X, you most likely was raised by your grandparents.
Come on, brother.
So what happened is that you do have a generation where they didn't see no man in their house, or they couldn't go outside to see other men and see how they congregate. Like, so, but I mean, so that's the situation where I don't think that our grandparents' love was anything other than allegiance to the cause, and allegiance to the duty. Because, like I said, we're in a situation where, like, my grandfather, he was considered a very honorable man because he raised 5 children that wasn't his, and he stayed with a woman for 45 years. And he was a hardworking man. He worked up until he died, and he died at like 83. So what I'm saying to you is just nowadays they don't give credit to stepfathers. They call them renter pops, or they call them suckers, or they treat them as such. Yeah, I mean, my grandmom, even though she was ornery here and there, she served him. She cooked for him. He was a hunter. He liked to hunt, so he would bring in muskrats, deers, and all type of stuff, and she'll come and skin it and cook it for him. So, I mean, so I just want to get that straight, that like they had more of allegiance to the family structure, more allegiance to the culture than a lot of people do today, like than we do today. And I would also like to get straight that there's like what the saying where black culture is not, or black people are not a monolith. No, we're not. We're a polylith, which means we are a group that we are a polylith that don't cooperate with each other, because we don't. So, and I say that because it's just it's a multitude of things that we don't respond to in a healthy manner. It's just like, so now, and I think that we have the benefit of having all this knowledge that, okay, we tried this modern way of doing things, or this modern family way, and it's not conducive to a healthy reality. It's not conducive to a healthy future. Like, there's a lot of people, the famous talking point of today is generational wealth. How the hell are we gonna have generational wealth if there's no generations?
Oh, that's coming, brother. It's coming. It's just not. We be back to the bulldozer again. You spoke on something that I absolutely agree with. And we have similar backgrounds. I was actually raised by my grandparents. My mother did not raise me. I like to say she was baby mama 1.0. She started it like in the 60s. Back that was the first starting. She was the first iteration. OG
baby mama.
OG baby, bruh, seen it all. With regard to what the sister was talking about with the woman having to fend for herself, and what you were saying, brother, this is not a disagreement. This is a yes and. Besides that, we are a monolith. Ask the Ukrainians who threw those black people off the train, are we a monolith? Ask the Klan, are we a monolith? Your enemy sees you as a monolith.
Mm-hmm.
So you can play that we ain't a monolith mess. And what that is the two deer you see fighting. Has anybody ever seen that? These two elk or rams, they going at it. And out of nowhere, a lion comes and eats one of them. That's what we're dealing with right now. This is where the black family or the black connection fell apart. Number one, we were not brought, it is BS that many of us was brought here as slaves. Look at all the beautiful faces you see.
Yeah, that's not.
We were, as much as Whitey liked collecting trophies, you trying to tell me y'all didn't collect one slave ship? If there was a slave ship left, it'd be a cruise ship and white folks would be buying seats on it. That's a fallacy. Here is where we fell apart. Whether you believe it's true or not, it doesn't matter. Tell me it doesn't make sense. The Willie Lynch letter. What would happen is when a slave master had slaves who were unruly, he would take the two strongest nigger bucks. This is instruction. He would take the strongest one, and right before he beat him to death in front of everybody, he would tie him to two horses and tear him apart in front of men, women, and children. He would take the second strongest buck, beat him almost to death, and send him back. And then tell the women, if you don't want this to happen to your son, you better keep him in line. And from that day to this day, we have been out of balance. When we were together, 40 and 50 years, the black man working for his family until he died was about the family unit. We are now back to families breaking down in Latin to group of workers. We have got to even get past that. We have got to get back to who we truly are, where we didn't have hospitals, old folks homes or jails. That's not us. We as people have to deal with what we have to deal with. And I don't. Yes, ma'am.
So what I wanna do is, because we've been on here for a while. Listen. Right. Your girl Rivah's not doing no 5-hour streams no more. Okay, well I can't say no more. I can't say no more, but I can say tonight. Okay, I'm not gonna be on here 5 hours tonight. But what I want to do is, based off of like all of our conversations and so many different things that we've added to this conversation, what I actually want to do is, at this point, I want to talk about, because Uncle Loke and you too, Uncle Jeff, you guys both have talked on a strong part of the reason why things have become the way that they are. Going all the way back to way back when. Okay, when we're talking about from before they even got here. The letter that you're talking about, Uncle Jeff, too. So really talking about like the mindset of the people and how it has been changed. So viciously based off of experiences. Let's bring it all the way to now. The people back in the day was going through way more stuff than we are now. Okay? The women especially did not have the freedom that they have now. To pick, choose, and refuse. I want to stay home. No, I don't. I want to go to work now. And matter of fact, I want to be a lawyer. and a judge. You know, women have way more options now, and with these options, they are less cooperative to their men. So I want to kind of just touch on this aspect of what do you guys think is the disconnect to, because even this comment on the screen, you know, Tori, I don't know if she's been here through the whole stream, but she's like, let's talk about it because I was with my grandparents and their stories of love weren't as romanticized as we make it. They also weren't watching Disney movies. Okay, like we were.
Who said love is about romance?
You know, they weren't watching, you know, the prince coming over. First of all, we love to jump over all of the work that princess was doing to get the attention of this prince. We act like she was just standing there all perfect and like, oh, you know, here I am. And she had a plethora of princes to pick from. No, that's not how. She was doing a lot of her due diligence. I love talking about, you know, Cinderella, just for that thing. Oh, you know, the glass slipper fit and blah blah blah. You know, all of these Disney movie fantasies that we were sold as children. Our grandparents obviously did not have those movies. They had other movies, but they didn't have the movies that we have. And when you look, she was going through so much I'm just using that for an example, but she was going through so much turmoil at home and everything. But who was her first priority? It was that man. We don't have that mentality anymore. So I just want to kind of touch on very briefly before we go ahead and like wrap up the conversation. Where do you think the disconnect is in our relationships now? And what piece of conversation or what piece would you like to add to the conversation as to what you would think would allow our relationships to withstand the test of time? What would it take from both parties? And I want to start with you, Uncle Lo.
I would say it would take basically conversations of this nature where, you know, people that actually, you know, are congregating in good faith. So we can basically be, you know, spread the word. But because like it will also take us really socializing with each other and doing community-based activities together so we can actually learn each other's language, you know, and different communication skills. Like prime example, hip hop get a bad rap, you know, no pun intended, but hip hop get a bad rap, but hip hop has been responsible for a worldwide communication style that a lot of people don't. It gives a lot of credit. Like it don't get enough credit. But what I want to say is that we really have to sit down and really learn what exactly happened, because the narrative of the evil black man is not necessarily true, or the narrative of the angry black woman is not necessarily true. You know, we most likely have to communicate with each other in order to get to a common ground, because I mean, I guess I didn't answer your question. I'm sorry.
No, you are answering the question. You are.
I felt I was rambling.
No.
But
no.
But what I want to say is, ask the question again so I can give you a direct answer and get off.
No. Listen, you've been waiting to get on. You think I'm running you off, Uncle Lo? I'm not running you off. No, you're actually answering the question, but I can reiterate. It's just like, what do you think it will take for our relationships in this state to last the test of time? You know, what do you think it would take for people to be in relationships and actually be happily, where divorce is not even on the table, where they can actually raise children in one household, less divorce rate, you know, less
the bulldozer.
I mean, the best, to be honest with you, we have to be very intentional when we get married. We have to look at marriage and look at, okay, listen, I'm marrying you because I want you to raise my children. We have to be very intentional. Like, even though people don't like the concept of it, because people, you know, got on me about it, we need to if we want our children to be raised in a healthy household at an expedient rate, where we can at least raise the marriage rate to 50% instead of 25%, we're gonna have to make being a mother a wife. We might have to give certain females a financial incentive where they get a salary for 18 years, and after the salary done, so on and so forth, because it needs to be something necessary. Something necessary has to happen, or we are going to, like, after the baby boomers die, that marriage rate might go down to the teens. It might go down to 15%. You know, so the best thing is for us to be intentional in these relationships, where if we are having children, we need to hold certain people accountable. If you're a deadbeat dad, then you need to be on the list. That if we catch you, you need to be on the no cookies list. If we catch you in somebody's house and you ain't taking care of your kids, you might get castrated or you might get beat up. Like we need females. Females need to be on the list too. I mean, whatever punishment other women can hand down to them. I'm gonna leave that to them. But but yeah, it needs to be law and order for we can stop that, because there's females who are having children not because they want the children, because they want a free place to live. They want free food. They want to be, and the evidence in it is that a lot of these females lifestyles are not as conducive to what they got. Like you're driving a car because you pimped out your children's social security number. You're getting all this money because you getting all this money not for the sake of the children, because a lot of these females who do get money, I'm not talking about the bona fide women that handle their responsibility. I'm talking about the scallywags who be looking good, but their children look busted and disgusted.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not, like I said, when I say women, I mean actual women. I don't mean no low caliber scandalous female. Right. I don't consider scandalous female to be women. I don't. I believe a woman is an honorable title. And the most disappointing thing is when I meet women who give less than women or low caliber females that title, I believe you are, devaluing that title. It's a title of honor designated for mother material and wife material. It's not a title that is designated for anybody. Like, not everybody who carries a child is a mother. You could just be a carrier, just like not everybody who drops their seed is a father. It used to be a time where these titles had respect.
Right.
Wait, I'm sorry.
No, you're right. You're right.
So we just have to be very intentional with our relationships with each other. Whether if you're a person that you down for the fun, then okay, you deal with the people who ain't serious. But we have to really just how they socially engineered us to get to this 26%. When we was engineering ourselves to get to 80%, we need to engineer some consequences and repercussions. We need to get back to our own social engineering. And to be honest with you, that starts with us creating our own job institutions, our own educational institutions. Us doing for us. That's the major premise of being Black, is using our gifts and our abilities to benefit us, and not to continue to allow ourselves to be exploited. It's just, that's my take on it. That these conversations are very fruitful, that we get around like minds, because you will waste your life wasting time or investing in people who don't want to cooperate. Mm-hmm. So
love that.
I understand the echo chamber narrative, but sometimes the echo chamber ain't always bad, because we need to work on doing something and putting feet to the ground, and like, people got to understand that any warrior class is always a minority of the population. there's always been more civilians than there are warriors. There's always been a minority of people that do something that actually put work in while a lot of people follow. Not everybody's being a leader. So let's not allow our small numbers to define. Hey, look at Black people. We are a small number in this country, but we sent our culture around the world, and everybody want to be like us. You know, you have a lot of, and you know, and that's not to say that people are less than. You know, the best compliment or is a person who I mean, I can't say it right, but when somebody admires you or have respect for you or acknowledge you, you know, that's the best compliment somebody can give you. So, like, you know, it is what it is. But like I say, we just need to be serious, because like I said, we in 2020 we showed the world that we were serious. And then as soon as we got a little attention, we let it go, and we let the world, we not serious no more. So like I said, it's gonna take us to get ourselves together, and I'm gonna let everybody get their piece on it.
Thank you so much, Uncle Loc. You said so. Listen, basically, okay. First of all, I want to say shout out to the Crimson Cure. Thank you so much, sis, for coming into the chat. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I very, very much appreciate it. Listen, okay, we was ending the show, but you know, Crimson
Cure, what?
You know, if you wanna step up on here, sis.
Oh, I love that sister.
Link for you, okay? Because I know that you can probably add to this conversation. But just for what Uncle Loc said, I think that was beautifully said, and I think, you know, just the main point, if you didn't hear or if you came into part of the conversation that he had, basically, us focusing on us and building within our own communities is what's going to change everything. Focusing on our communities, focusing on getting back that community structure that we used to have before, where, you know, everybody on the block was married, everybody had a husband, everybody had kids. You know what I'm saying? They fellowship with each other, they connected with each other. You know, it took a village to raise, you know, a child, but all of them were engulfed in the village. All of them had a part to play within that. So I really, really think that's a great point. And I also wanted to give my point, but I want to read this really quick from the resident airsofter. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, I believe we have to be realistic and stop comparing the IG lavish lifestyle image of marriage to real life duty, honor, and purpose. Oh, okay, well, I was going to say something, but hold up now. Hold up now. This is so actual and factual, because, again, we have this grass is greener mentality at this point, right? Yes, that now, oh, you know, well, if he doesn't take out the trash when I tell him to, I'm gonna go get somebody that's gonna have a bellman. You know, like, that's the mentality. It's like, not like maybe I should have a conversation with the person that I'm actually in a relationship with so we can figure this out together. It's like, oh no, well, I'm gonna go get somebody else that's on a way higher place than he is, because all these girls, again, getting quote unquote flued out. Me too. You know what I'm saying? So that is a really, really big part of it. My mentality of the entire situation is that I personally feel as though in relationships, we need to look at, and this is a little bit of what Uncle just said, it just sparked this in my mind. We need to look at the person that we're dating, the person that we're in a relationship with, and say, okay, if I create a son with this person, with this man, would I be okay if my son grows up to be this man, exactly how he is, without change?
Wow.
And as a man who's going into a relationship with a woman, if my daughter is everything, how I met this girl, okay, how I am how the way how she carried herself, would I be okay with my daughter becoming exactly who this woman is without any of my DNA? Mm-hmm. Those conversations and having that mentality will get us to a better place when we are in the vetting and dating process. If you have that mentality when you are on a date with a man, I guarantee you, every red flag is gonna show. Everything that
Come on, sister.
That you thought, baby.
This sister is dope, dude. I don't know where they made you. I'm gonna check you for a navel, young lady. Somebody wow.
Thank you. But it's true though. No, but genuinely.
Taiwan. She's made Taiwan.
True. You know, whenever you have that, it's going to be easy for you to see throughout that lens. Because a lot of people are getting into relationships for the here and now. Oh, he fine, she fine. Oh, he's 6. Oh, he's 6. Whatever. You know, whatever the height is. I don't even know. He this, he that. Oh, yes, he drive this kind of car. Oh, he drive this kind of car. He's this tall. You know. Oh, he did. You know.
Here come the arm.
Oh, he an insurance agent. Okay, like, you know. Instead of looking at all of those things, look at what your legacy will uphold. Look at the person who is going to be creating children with you. What is that? What is the character of that person like? Having those mentalities when you go into the dating process is going to completely change how you view your partner, how you are going to withstand the test of time. And also, I said it before, I said it again, there's a lot of different reasons why people get married. Okay, there's a million different reasons why people get married. But when two people are connected to a greater purpose, it's like having hurricane shutters. Okay, ain't nothing gonna blow it down. Because
look here,
even if you guys are not on the same page right now, even if maybe you guys are having a little bit of trouble with communication, even if you guys are not probably the happiest with each other, because people do go through things in relationships. We're not gonna act like people just get married and that's just it. No, people go. But when you are connected to a greater purpose, it helps you. And the purpose can be the children. Having your children not see dysfunction. You know, whatever that purpose is that you're connected for, that is going to allow you guys to get through and get over tough times. And I want to read this from Jesus. Jesus, thank you so much. He said, got stuck at work, but I enjoyed the conversation. I hope to join the next. You know you're coming on the next.
He sent you $400.
Yeah, he sent you okay, bro.
In Hong Kong dollars. How much is that?
That's our brother over there. Usually he joins, but he was unable to join.
That's
so
like $1 million.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
You understand the
so
face
much for joining. And also, really quick again, I do want to read this also from the Crimson Cure. Oh wait, hold up, that's not the first one. Don't read that, guys. Just kidding. Don't look at that. Don't look at that one. Okay. She said the answer requires a change of values. We have to alter ourselves biologically, culturally, and ultimately environmentally. So we need a complete, like the Jamaicans would say, wash
Good
off.
Lord, I love these black people. Just say it. Just say it. What else?
She said, like Jamaicans say, everybody need a complete wash off. Okay, everybody need a complete change. She also said the biological change is how we think and we feel about ourselves and each other. It starts there. Yeah. Then we change the culture as a result. The environmental change is policy and institutions.
Yes,
that's for real. Yeah. I'd like to say one
Crimson
thing.
Cure.
No, you can go ahead. I just wanted to read that really quick so that I didn't.
I get it. I've watched a couple of her videos. She kind of
did you drop bombs, bro?
Drop bombs. To unpack that.
Love my sis. Okay,
you can't smoke and drink and then watch her channel because you ain't gonna get it. Anyway,
it depends on what you smoke now. Depends on what you smoke.
True. Now, listen. This is how I've always looked at that original question, right? Mm-hmm. And Alexandra said something in the chat that was really profound if you really think about it when she talked about romanticizing our grandparents' relationship. A lot of y'all, Uncle Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Probably. I don't know how old Uncle Loki is. Maybe him, and there was another brother that was here. If you ain't got basically gray hair like this in your beard, you may not understand what I'm talking about.
All right, come on, bro.
I guarantee you, them brothers do. A whole lot of our grandparents couldn't stand each other. Grandmama couldn't stand granddaddy. Granddaddy was like, "Oh my God, can you just stop talking? Just leave
there she go. A mouth moving. I'm leaving.
I'm going outside in the barn and shoe a horse or something. I'm just getting away from you because you're getting on my nerves." Right. So we romanticize that because that's what we see as the archetypical relationship. It's given to us in popular culture through movies, through songs, through TV shows, the whole Leave It to Beaver and all that. She ain't never been like that. Let me tell you. Grandma hit grandpa in the head with a frying pan few times. You know what I mean? because he was down the street talking to that hussy who
Right.
lived 3 houses down.
The cleavers wasn't slaves.
True that. That has happened throughout America. I grew up, me and Mika both grew up within like a mile of each other, right? I come from the hard part of Gary, Indiana, right?
Oh wow.
The once murder capital of the United States.
Change their slogan to Gary when you've given up.
See, I ain't gonna go there. But anyway,
I'm from Chicago, bro. That's what
relationships. At least we wasn't bad as the Robert Taylor homes. The whole city was
you were
Robert Taylor homes. Anyway,
we're in Texas now, so be that as it may.
Be that as it may. Understand this about love and love in difficult situations, right? A lot of y'all youngsters, y'all will never admit it. But from us old folks looking back at y'all, a lot of y'all don't even really understand what love is, right? And from a biological, scientific, psychological point of view, the same neurons that light up in your brain for love is the same ones that light up for fear. It's the same ones that light up for jealousy. It's the same ones that light up for hunger.
Come on, bro. Come on.
My stomach touching my back. That means I used to love liverwursts until I stopped eating pork about 47 years ago, right? Love it. Every time I walk past it at the grocery store, I can remember how I love it because my daddy loved liverwurst.
Underwood,
right?
devil ham.
But I loved it. You see what I'm saying? A lot of y'all getting married talking about, I'm getting ready to get married. I love him. That's lust. You don't really love your partner until you've been married to her for about a year.
Or 3.
Straight up. Straight up. I'm going to keep it real with you. You don't really love her until you've been married to her for about a year. All that old love at first sight bullshit, that's nonsense.
You got to throw your hands up in there at least 15 times.
Because, I love her because I met her in the club. Then you get to her house and find out she got 7 kids and, there's roaches all over the place. Like she ain't swept the floor in a year. You told her you love her and she slapped the shit out of you and stole on you. You don't really love nobody until you've been around there. You don't love them until you find out if they snore.
Do your feet
stink? You don't
stank?
love them if you find out that their feet stank. I was gonna say that, but I didn't want to be gross. But you don't love them until you find out if their feet stank. You don't love them until they find out if they sleep while and bow you in your eye in the middle of the night, and you don't leave. That's when you find out when you love somebody, when you see them at their worst times, not at their best times. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of us have been.
I'm sorry. Not to cut you off. This is actually a part of what you're saying right now. So in what you're saying, to add to this, to add context, do you believe that unconditional love genuinely exists?
Absolutely, I do. I do.
A lot of people
if you find it, because a lot of us fool ourselves. You know what I mean? Oh, she got a big old fat booty. Oh, I love her. Until she had your 3rd kid or your 5th kid. Ooh. And all of a sudden, she a little bit bigger than what she was when you met her. Now, do you love her less? You see what I'm saying? Again, difference between love and lust. Or for those of you who marry dudes because they got a fat wallet, or those of you who marrying females because she might be in the industry or something like that, and she making money or whatever, and you think that you could benefit off that. All that stuff fades. Right? This is how you, and I want each of you to ask yourself this about your prospective mate or your mate that you have right now. Will you take a bullet for it? We take a bullet for it. If somebody kicked that door in,
that's the gig.
Would you jump in front of that? Hey, stop, serial killer rapist. Ooh, I should say the R word. I'm sorry. Stop, serial killer. Don't kill my family. If you wouldn't be first to die,
you don't deserve it.
You don't really love that person.
There you go.
And your relationship is a waste of time.
That's more of a male. Women don't really lay their life down for people like that.
It's not your gig.
Themselves. Right.
You better.
So in regards
what if I
to
fall? No,
and now she's saving y'all.
What if I trip?
I'll pick you up and cause the people
Throw
to
me
come
at the
help.
gun.
I put some oils on you. I get some lavender melaleuca and put that on you to help. But in regards to your question, if I can answer in regards to unconditional love, it's choice. You can choose to love somebody unconditionally. It's just basically your love is not conditional. Like nothing my husband can ever do to make me not love him. Like it doesn't matter because my love for him is not conditional to how he treats others or how he acts, or I know him enough after 17 years to know what type of man he is. I tell you that all the time. Shut up. So there's nothing he can do to change how I feel about him. Can I get upset with him or frustrated with him all the time? First of all, being married to a very highly intelligent individual is tough. And when I hear women always talk about, oh my gosh, couple goals, I want a relationship like y'all's. And I've let them know, like, no, you can't handle a relationship like you can't handle a good man. You can't even be good to yourself.
There's can't find a good man. Maybe good men ain't your type.
Oh.
So to me, there is no, to me, love that's conditional isn't love. Like if you feel like I don't know, what do I love? I love my bookshelf, right? What can my bookshelf do to stop me from loving it? If it breaks down, it's not helpful, but do I now have a condition? I only love you as long as you stand tall and be firm. So I think love is a feeling. And so if you actually feel like you love someone, there is no condition on it. Now, speaking from experience, growing up with my extended family, there was always conditions with how I was treated because my mom was the firstborn. So the married group of people, she didn't have the same father. So her kids was treated differently, but love shouldn't be conditional. If you actually feel some type of way about something or someone, there shouldn't be anything that is a condition to change how you feel about them. And that's just me, but I'm not going to lay my life on the line for my, bookshelf. I love it and I appreciate it, but
can I push back on that just a little bit? And then and I'd like to make a shameless plug if that's okay.
And then unconditional love.
I believe that true love is unconditional, but there should absolutely be conditions on applying for it. You have to earn unconditional love.
Yes, you do.
Okay. In order to get my unconditional love, here are the requirements I have for a woman and the sister that I am with. We have been married. We're coming up on 10 years, May 19th, and been together for 12. Number one, no weave on your hair, no Jesus in it. Number two, must have a mind open to the fact that maybe, just maybe, you're a Christian because your slave master was Christian. Number three, must.
I did not tell you to come up here and offend nobody. That's not what I told you to do. I did not say.
That's what I just said for me.
Not say come up here.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that. I was giving out my conditions. These are my conditions.
Okay, sorry. These are your conditions. Okay,
yes, ma'am. You can believe whatever you like. However, most of the people who believe that way don't have passports. Number four. Number four. Baby, it's time out. We here now. The aliens. If I told you it was aliens on the White House lawn, you would go look for your phone. Okay, anyway, okay. Number four. She must have a way. This is why she has to be black. She must have a way to connect with my spirit without me asking. I can't fight for a black woman to give me that thing that only she can give. And I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about that thing y'all got, that's my phone ring and my wife go, nigga, turn on channel 4. That connection. She has to have that. She must be able to, and hope, and the last one, she has to have a minimal amount of snot in her third eye. If I got to talk her out of dressing where everybody can see what is ours, if I have to talk her out of spending more time with her single friends in their single minds, if she does not understand the triangle offense that is being run on all Black women's happiness, the media, your mama, and your manless friends are running a triangle offense on your piece. I cannot give unconditional love to a woman that cannot stand in that line, because I am trying to give my children more than old clothes and bad advice when I die. And I cannot get there if I got to fight any of that other stuff that I just brought up. And Sister Rivah, I super apologize. I promise. I did not mean to offend on your page. Now, here comes the shameless plug.
Okay.
I invite you all, and I'm gonna get out y'all way. I invite you all this Sunday to come on YouTube. I do it every Sunday. It's called the First Church of Holy Shit.
Oh, okay.
And I speak, and
I'm there.
I might preach from. Oh, bro, we got to talk on a bunch of stuff there. Bro.
Oh yeah,
bro, man. Okay. Okay. Creator gave me this real fast. Okay, the First Church of Holy Shit and Giraffe Balls. That's the second hour of my show where I get high as giraffe balls and talk about whatever young bucks want to talk about. I'm not getting high right now. This is Mullen, Mullein, lung gangster. Will save you from COVID. Look it up. Okay, yeah, okay, Lord. What was
okay, Lord.
Mine's is not.
There was something. There was something
okay,
that I was.
So listen,
yes.
drop your link in the chat so we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
People can check it out on Sunday.
Yes, please check that out. Hey, God, Lord, that was so important. I had something to say, but I guess not. Okay, yes, I'm not the one.
Lord.
Mullen.
Yeah,
it's that Mullen.
It's that Mullen. Oh, brother.
It's that Mullen.
It's a lung gangster. It go in and heal your lungs. Yes, look it up. The only reason you don't know about it is because it grows everywhere, and a big farmer can't charge you $8,000 for it.
That's interesting. I want to read this comment on the screen, and then of course I have to go to Jacob, and then of course Edward and Kashan. Okay. And did you answer the question already? Of what it would take for relationships?
Oh, I remembered. If she didn't, I remembered. This is big. This is really big.
I think her connection was off. Okay, go ahead.
Look around, people. And I know my man, good Lord. And what is your name, brother, with locks? I'm sorry.
Ghost, man.
Ghost. I know, okay. Ghost. Maybe it may relate to this more than the rest of you, but it applies to us all, and especially in this room. I'm about to lay some heavy feces on these people. Ghost, anybody here ever watch Star Wars, Star Trek, science fiction movies?
Yes.
Okay, you see them old people in the future?
Yeah.
That's you. That's us. This is the future, and we are young. We are the elders of the future. This community that we are discussing, we must build. We are the old people in the future. Me and Ghost, mostly. That's why you should not gray your hair, dye your hair. Brothers that use Beijing are not to be trusted. They are liars. This is a beacon for wisdom. This is where young bucks see me coming down the street and they know they can come get it. We are the last. Me and Ghost. If we are the seniors in here, we are the last of the streetlight wisdom. We are the last of that. So we must pass it on. We must teach cursive. We must teach our children. Only a fool allows an oppressor to teach his children. It is us. Sisters, you dope sisters. You have a bigger job than us. We already Brody. I would already die for anybody in here. I'm already looking at warriors. What needs to be made are mothers. What needs to be made are queens, and it is not on us. That's why whenever, what needs to be solved is this. Why is it whenever you talk about the horrible knuckle dragging sisters among us, the queens circle the wagons around them? We ain't talking about you. We talking about the heifers you don't like either.
That don't like us either.
And don't like it there. Y'all must police them.
Let me piggyback off that real quick.
Yes, sir.
It's not that we talking about them. We want them to improve.
Thank you. But it's not our job, brother Ghost. We can't do it. They won't take it from us. Here, prime example. I'll bet you, without knowing that man ain't got nobody in his circle beating on his woman, not taking care of his kids. Because if he do, he got to hear from Ghosts. How come it is?
There's a couple.
That these horrible broads, do they hear from you, bro? I got to pull you on that. They got to hear from you, Doc. That is your responsibility. How come it is that these misguided sisters don't get checked?
I'm trying. They do.
It's not working. It's not working. It's the same thing I say about, I can raise a man all by myself. Well, then you got to take a piece of the street. Because what's going on in the street is a byproduct of what you did. That's your report card. God is not testing you. He's grading you. This is your report card. So we need, and this thing that we are doing, people, please do not underestimate its power. Do not underestimate what we are doing right now. We are creating a council of elders where we are, because the feces is about to hit the rotary oscillator. Y'all are it. Ain't nothing coming.
Fan, ladies and gentlemen, fan.
Ain't nothing coming.
Oscillator.
I want to read this comment right here from chapter 9. It says, in reality, there is conditional love and unconditional love, and they are both valid depending on the situation. I agree with that, and true. I think that myself and Mika can relate to that, right? Like, love you unconditionally. Okay, wait a minute, but you're harming me. Even though I love you, I'm gonna have to love
conditions
you.
Conditions change. That's all that is. Conditions change. It's like the
weather. So to answer your question, I'm sorry, to answer your question, Rivah, before I got frozen in StreamYard, before I get frozen again, no, I didn't answer the question. And was the question, what does it take to stay in a relationship forever?
What is it? Okay, so in light of our grandparents' love, right? And people saying that it doesn't exist, they have it in the mentality of, being with somebody for the long haul, raising kids with this person, staying with this person through thick and thin. Not just he get on my nerve and I'm going to leave. No, like actually committing to the duty of what a relationship is. What do you think in this time we're lacking in the relationship process, the vetting process, wherever you think that there's an issue that's lying? What do you think it will take for us to change the spectrum of our relationships? I'm not a statistic person, as in I don't look up any of the statistics. I just hear what other people be saying. I don't even regurgitate them because I don't know them, right?
You don't need them.
But just based off of what people have said, our women are the least married. Our women are the most single moms. Our women are the most, what do you think it would change for our women in our community to be wives and stay committed and stay in relationships for the long haul? Where do you think, what do you think is lacking in our relationship?
I think there's a lot lacking. I feel that, and each woman is different, and nothing against all the women in the chat, but in all honesty, women are lacking themselves, like who they are, their self-respect and their self-love, and because they're like, so many women are so insecure because they're so lost that they compensate for their insecurities and use coping mechanism to kind of push them further away from who they actually are. Then they lost and bitter. And so when they do get in relationships, they're doing it for the wrong things. They're doing it for things like, people don't take the time out to figure out what is the top things that you feel like you need to complete you, right? Have you guys ever heard of Gallup Strength Finder?
No.
It's 34 strengths. Clifton Gallup Strength Finder, look it up. 34 strengths. Everybody has 34 strengths. I took it. I've learned what my top 5 and my top 10 strengths was. And so understand something about me is top 10, strategic. Empathy, 30 out of 34. So I have to strategically show empathy to other people. I work in customer service. I'm always interacting with people. So what I did is, I took my 34 strengths. I watched the videos from Gallup to figure out how to maximize my strength. What drives me nuts, and people will say, strengths and weaknesses. Nobody's weak. Stop putting people down. I don't like putting people down. You have strengths and you have limitations. If you don't know what your strengths are and where you limited is, you're lost. You blind, deaf, and dumb, and walking around in a world making it up as you go. So if you have no foundation, if you have no goal, no focus, you're going to be miserable because you don't know who you are, what you want, what you're good at, what you suck at. So you can't find anybody to compliment who has strengths where you are lacking. And so you're just going to keep going with people, keep interacting with people, thinking like good sex means a great thing. No, or good money means a great thing. No, what is your priority? What is a priority to you? The things that are important to me may not be important to you, Rivah. And that's fine. What makes you happy may not make me happy. And I feel like in my relationship with my husband, I was able to get what my grandmother was looking for and what my mother was looking for. I talk to my mom every day. And there's a lot of aspects. My husband spoils my mom as much as he spoils me. There's a lot of things that my mom can see that I'm getting that she didn't have with my father or her second husband. But the things that I have for me is what I wanted. My mom didn't want those things, but she appreciates what I'm getting. She appreciates the type of man my husband is. So I think women need to really figure out who they are first and foremost, create a solid foundation, have love, trust, honesty, and respect for themselves, to be able to communicate honestly with themselves and other people, get to the core of themselves, figure out what's priority. What are your strengths? What are you good at? Where are your limitations? Where do you need your partner to be? The person who's going to compliment you. Where do you need them to be at? And what is your goal? My goal was always to have ever since I was 7 years old, I've always planned to have babies. I babysat my cousins. I taught them. Whenever their parents would come get them, they was graduating. I put my robes on them and I made a diploma. And that's the same thing I do with my kids. I've taught my kids since the womb. All my kids learn how to read before they turn 2. I may not be a crafty mama, but I have nothing but gifted and talented children. And they do their thing. My husband, what he wanted was a child. And he wanted to be with his child's mother. So a lot of that, and we have way more similar values. We may not be the same. We're not the same. We're really different, but we have very similar morals and values. And that helped us. And we discussed what we wanted our future to be. So did we have struggles? Well, there's a lot of ups and downs. Yes. But my husband, part of the debate team, partially helped in his degree that focused in psychology and sociology. I had repressed anger. I have PTSD survivor. I was not nice when I met my husband. And my husband and his patience to teach me how, like one time I got mad and I screamed and I threw something and he's like, I'll be back when you calm down. And then I was yelling at nobody. So when he came back 2 hours later, are you calm? Let's talk. But I tell you what, if there's something bothering me and something on my mind, if I can't sleep, he can't sleep. He'll be up as long as it takes for us to talk it out, for me to feel better, for me to get it out, express what I need to express. If it takes us 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, that's how long it takes. One of the things I wrote on my paper was patience. I know I needed somebody to be patient with me. I didn't know what I needed or where I needed to go. So everybody's journey and what they need is going to be different. So, but if a woman don't know what that is, who she is, what she wants, what that look like I told you, I talk to women every day. I work with women every day. And if in a year, if I work with 100 women, only 10 is going to take the steps for self-discovery, self-development, self-improvement. The other 90 women give up on themselves, which is crazy to me. As much work as I did on myself, it's crazy to see beautiful women of color to basically tell themselves, I'm not worth me fighting for. But I fight for Pookie and Ray Ray. I fight for Jan. I fight for Susie. I fight for Lakeisha. I risk my freedom for some chicken around the corner, but I won't do it for myself. And I think that's sad. I think women need to realize they are worthy. They are enough. They are perfectly imperfect just the way they are. And they should do the work for themselves to love on themselves first before they try to love any man. And if they're not willing to do that, they will be miserable and die alone.
Nah, your husband just a simp.
Right?
No, you
right. That's
and your beta.
Yeah,
and your beta.
It can't be that age gap has provided her with the wisdom she needs, and that age gap provides him with the vitality and sensuality that he needs. And it can't be that they grew up a mile from one another because they were being geographically, astrologically prepared for one another. No, what it has to be is that this dude is a simp because he won't raise up and tell her to shut up in his house. That's what it has to be. Why? Because you're an idiot. That's why. These people would not stay together. These people would not be here to give out wisdom, to impart it to the youth, if it was not for that. And I guarantee you that anybody who can refer to you as a simp probably don't even know what the back of his daddy's head looked like.
I want to read a comment on the screen from Alexandra. It says, yes, let's work on ourselves, women. Pray, write in your journal, check yourself. And this goes to everything that Mika was just saying. Seek counsel from a righteous man you trust, lose weight, and submit to God. And I think that this is a big point. You know, as much as I love the fact that people are awakening, I love that. Okay. I love that people are seeking more knowledge. I love that people are asking questions. I love that people are diving deeper and not just taking everything for face value. But there is another side to that coin that we do have to deal with. You know, that for every action, there's a reaction. And when people are submissive to quote unquote God, you know, i.e. church and the way that I'm sure we was all raised in the church because our parents did not have the mindset that we have now with all these free thinkers. You know, that act of a woman being submissive to something higher than herself translates very well in marriage or in relationships. You know, being able to take a backseat to something higher than yourself, something that you put before yourself. So I like that she made that comment just because of how Alexandra's mindset, you know, is based off of the dialogue that we have in our conversations on the chats. You know, I kind of know how she kind of thinks in a certain way. So it's just amazing that that's another aspect. That's another reason why things have changed. That's another reason why things have gone so set apart, because we are in a space of being able to freely think, number one, and to freely do. Again, as I said before, the ability to choose, pick, and refuse, you know. And one thing that I did want to say is that based off of what Mika was saying, for some of y'all out there, okay, Mika's talking about you need to have like self-respect, self-love, you know, find out who you are, find your strength, study yourself, know who you are so that you can be who you are, right? Chapter 9, the person that commented before always says that, know who you are so you can be who you are. So that's so valid. Some of y'all, you love yourself too much. Okay? You're probably
I'm gonna have to disagree. I'm gonna have to disagree because people when you see
okay. Let me finish and then you can interject. Some of you guys are so self-centered and selfish.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I have to say that when we think about that girl who was so busy trying to go out with her friends to a trip in a different country and took her baby and left her baby in the hotel room just so she can go and live a lavish life for Instagram, that's selfishness. Some of you guys are taking it too far. There's a difference between having self-honor, honoring yourself, respecting yourself, having morals, having standards, having love for yourself, but then putting yourself above all. There's a very big difference. There's a very big difference. Now, I understand. I say it all the time. You can't pour from an empty cup. You got a husband, you got kids, you got to prioritize. You do need to, okay, babe, I'm sorry. I know you just came from work. I'm just using this as a scenario, right? And I know the kids here. I need to go to the gym. I need to go free my mind because these kids was driving me crazy all day. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
Like,
what did they do? Tell me what they did, because they got hell to pay while you ain't here. I'm glad you leaving. What did they do, baby? Go work out.
No, you do need to have that. You know, you do need to go ahead and go to the mall or go get your nails done, whatever it is, and have that space for yourself. You do need to pour into yourself. But I think that a lot of women, because of all of the validation that they're getting from other women on places like social media, they are walking around like, oh, yes, it's all about me. Everything's about me. His life better revolve around me because I am the first and I am the most important. And that's what I say. Some of y'all, you guys have laid down and you guys just accepted anything. You're not vetting anything. You just get into situations. Life is just happening to you. Girl, you can have a stand for yourself. Focus. Yes, look at yourself. Honor yourself. Respect yourself. Love yourself. Yes. But some of y'all, and you know who you are, some of y'all need to dial it back and let that ego, just take the ego and just ball it up and throw it in the garbage.
What us old folks used to say is pump your brakes, sister. Pump your brakes.
Pump your brakes. Humility. Humility is key. Humility is key. And I say it's key for everyone. For everyone, humility is key. But for a woman, you have to be able to humble yourself, especially in the aspects of a relationship. Because you can be with a good man and wreck that thing. And then you can be living with the fact that you could not, I'm going to go here and I'm going to do this. And you never think you're wrong. It's always the man's fault. It's always the man that did something wrong. It's always somebody else besides yourself because you lack the ability to have accountability for your actions because you're so self-centered and so self-soothing to you.
Yes.
You so quick to put the pacifier back in your mouth.
With that, let me interject one thing. Just one thing. Real quick. I appreciate being allowed to run off at the mouth on your platform.
Of course.
I love all the work that you do.
Thank you.
Love to all the fellas. Look, we gonna work this out. Black folks gonna make a way and all the other, stuff that we used to say to geek ourselves up or whatever. But it is 10 o'clock. My alarm has went off. It's time for me to take my ass to bed. So maybe next week, maybe the week after that, whenever. But I appreciate it. You guys have a wonderful night. Don't worry, Mika she'll talk to you for the rest of the night.
Okay, thank you.
Joe here, right?
Yo, Ghost, we got a link.
But
without a doubt, man. I put my link in the private chat, man.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
okay.
I saw, and Edward did drop it in the chat too, and we can drop it again when it was over. Thank you so much for joining.
Love, Black people.
Salute, Ghost.
Blessings.
Much love, bro.
I was like, hold up now.
So
going?
No, I'm not going anywhere. Well, not for right now. So in regards to that, and I just
Right.
only
It's
part
fireman night.
only part that I want people's mind to be open about is when people assume that people who have behaviors that seem like they're being selfish, that they love themselves too much. On the contrary, a lot of times women who do super duper selfish seemingly things, so understand something, hurt people. And misery loves company. And I work with women every single day. A lot of people who have selfish behavior, self-sabotaging behavior, abusive behaviors, neglective behaviors are hurt women that don't give two craps about themselves and is compensating by overly acting out in certain behaviors, making it seem like what other people can see is self-love when it's actually self-hatred. So that's the only part that I can say, like when people do, and I'm more an empathic type of person, I can talk to a woman and within a few minutes hear the BS. I can hear the lies, the crap that's coming out. And I'll just say, I don't believe none of that you're just saying. So when you feel like you're ready to get real with me, I can help you better. Because you sound hurt, you sound bitter, and you sound miserable. So can you keep it real with me and let me know what the real deal is? What's the problem? Where's the root of the issue? Because you can't get to the root of the issue if you're not honest with yourself. And if you can't be honest with yourself, you're not gonna be honest with me and I can't help you. But if you wanna waste your money, baby, I'll take it. So I just wanna have that clarity. A lot of times when women look at other women, they think, oh, she's selfish and she loves herself too much, she don't. all actuality, she don't. And that's the problem. And that's why I get paid the big bucks, because they are hurt. But then again, if they want to waste their money and not work on themselves, most of the time when I start working with a woman and we have our initial consultation, within that first month, because I teach them how to spend time with themselves, date themselves, understand themselves. It's a whole lot of writing. I have books on Amazon for them to write down about me, about them, me, not me, about what they love about themselves, what they don't like about themselves, what they feel like they can change about themselves naturally, what they feel like they can't change about themselves naturally, what they feel like they can work on, what they feel like they can learn to love. Before the end of that month, they quit. Too much work.
Right.
That's all I have to say about that.
And I'm glad that you added that context, because I think we're talking about the same woman. You know, I think you're talking about the woman who is willing to work on herself, right? So you're telling that woman, you're trying to build up that woman who has strong character to love herself, right? And to have self-respect and stop getting into these willy-nilly, I call it, you know, wounded bird syndrome, where they just get into a relationship with a guy because they kind of feel down about themselves, and they just end up, well, you know, he just needed me for this. And so I just ended up in this situation, and they kind of create more trauma than necessary just because they have a lack of self-respect. I agree with you. But I'm talking about them flued out chicks that say F them kids.
Them flued out kids. I'm telling you, them flued out chicks do not care about themselves.
Well, they put themselves first. That's why they can't get
no. That's not putting themselves first. What you're actually doing is putting yourself last and giving yourself, having so much less self-respect for yourself and giving yourself to somebody, right? For them to make you feel better about yourself. A lot of times women who sleep around and who degrade themselves and disrespect themselves do it for the temporary, it's an addiction. Literal addiction. It's a temporary high. It's a temporary feeling that they feel like there's something better because they can't make themselves feel like that. But this dude for $2,500 will make me feel good for a couple hours. So what you gonna do when you go back home and that wear off? You still got to face yourself in the mirror. You still don't feel like you love yourself. You still don't feel like crap. How do you feel? He cares about you temporarily, conditionally, for a few hours or for a day or for two. But then how do you feel about you? And is that your life cycle? That's what you're going to be doing? Whoever feel like flying you out, that's where you're going to be. Those women are miserable. And that's why they're evil. They're evil because misery loves company and hurt people.
That is a whole, girl, that's a whole different conversation. Girl, that's a conversation right there, because
guys,
a lot of these women
that sound like Edward.
You have some women in this mindset who are now
uncle. Sorry.
Like men too. So that's a very different conversation. But I do want to let everybody else go ahead so we can wrap this up. It's 11:30. It's 11:30.
Okay. Did you see my note in the chat, Sister Rivah? Okay, I'm gonna get out of here, you guys. I love you. I cannot wait. I would love to come back. There's a bunch of places. Okay, there's a bunch of places that I don't know if you guys know. I write for a bunch of people who you think are funny about themselves.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Wrote for Cat Williams. Wrote D.L. Hughley's. Co-wrote D.L. Hughley's last special. Whole bunch of other stuff. But this is a show, and I love you guys. Let's link. We have some serious work to do. And I thank you for putting up with my long-winded monkey ass. I'm out.
Have a good night, brother.
Jeff.
Why I love both of the uncles. Uncle Jeff and Flo.
Old school.
They're so funny. Okay, Jacob, I know you've been waiting to. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? No, I was glitching and it was delayed. Is everything good? Can y'all hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect. All right. So, man, a lot of great points said tonight. Rivah, I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak on your platform. Just because, it's really inspired me to pursue what it is I'm looking to do. To really just of an extension of my background working in the criminal justice field, specifically in the juvenile justice system, child protection investigations, juvenile probation, to where I've seen a lot of on the other side of what can go wrong when when the person doesn't pick the right person, when the environment does take over, So there's two things I look at it like this. Now, a young man I used to work with, you're gonna become a man by two ways: either life, the streets, or someone who's a responsible man who has a health mission with himself who can teach you the ways to go about doing that. Well, a lot of us young men don't have that, right? A man to look up to. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, the streets is how we learn. But to answer the question here that you asked earlier, I will say the three. I will say the top things I came up with. I wrote some notes. Is I think being spiritually grounded is important.
Mhm.
Not trying to project my faith on anybody, whatever that looks like to you. You do have to connect to a higher power because you do have that spiritual with yourself, that spiritual with the person above, and then hopefully you pick the right person and you have an emotional connection, emotional intimacy with that individual. You have the horizontal relationship. I also think too we have to, as a man, I think we also have to understand how to become a compromised man, right? Also, we have to stop trauma bonding. I think we tend to bond with people who we have these experiences based off of trauma. I think we how to let that stuff go because broken people attract broken people. When it comes to like just communicating, I believe that we have to learn how to really just seek to understand where we're coming from versus being understood. Being understood versus seeking to understand, and it's really just learning how to connect with people. I'm a big component of therapy. I think that's so important. Being able to humble yourself, um, to have an outside voice kind of look in and speak to your blind spots. And then lastly, here I also believe that being strategic with who we choose to do life with regarding that person's character. You know, the person that you see today, you really, the person that you meet today, I look at it as like the person that you're going to see at 75 years old. And I think that's important because that person you might have kids with that individual, and like Rivah kind of pointed this earlier in this live session that is the if you have a child with this individual, would you want that child to represent that man or that woman? And I think that's a mere reflection of that person's character. That person will instill those values in that child. So I just think that we have to be really intentional and put our attention towards who we're seeking to do life with, and focus on just vision casting, focus on the vision and the mission. I think that's what's going to change things and move things around.
Big facts. Big facts.
Thank you.
Can y'all
Thank
hear
you.
me?
Yeah,
we
I
hear.
think we.
Yep.
I
Okay.
don't know if she's still here or not.
Everybody like, comment, subscribe as we wind the night down. So I'll go ahead and say what I want to say. But before that, Kashawn, did you have something you wanted to say? Because you talked even less than me tonight.
I'm gonna let you get what you got to spill out, and then I'm gonna close it out. All right.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Mhm.
So I wanted to say, basically, to answer the question, what it's going to take, it's going to take a lot of realize. Everyone basically said the same thing. We need to realize who we are and have that self-love about ourselves first, and that will spill out onto our relationships with other people. So I really like what Mika had to say. I really like what everybody had to say, pretty much. But I wanted to say that what it would take for those people who may not love themselves, for me, it was information. I remember being in high school and, just, I don't know about your high school, but they was just passing us. I did just enough, and what made the change in me was information. I was on YouTube in 2000 and I don't care about my age, 2006, 2005. And I was looking up Cameron. And then I came across a video. It was a 55-second video. And it was, who are you? You don't know. Don't tell me Negro. What were you before the white man called you a Negro? And where were you? What
Hold on
language
one
did you
second.
have?
I'm so sorry. And Jacob, I could hear you. I'm sorry. I just was running to my kitchen. I need to make a cup of tea. Okay, my throat hurt. But but really quick, I just saw a random comment. that said no disrespect to Crimson Cure in the chat. I don't know what was going on in the chat because I did not see that, but absolutely no disrespect to Crimson Cure in the chat. Like that's my sis, first of all. Second of all, if there's any dialogue that they're having, we can be civil. Okay. But that's my sis. That's somebody that I have a really great bond with, and I'm definitely not going for that. I'm trying to find it, but I'm not able to find it. But whoever it is, oh, I found it. Okay. So we're gonna have to just hit this button real quick. Okay, I'm sorry. Continue, Edward.
To that person, you better check yourself before you wreck yourself. That's all I have to say.
Yeah,
I'm old. Don't tell nobody.
We hit that block right quick. Okay, I'm sorry. Continue, Edward. I'm so sorry.
No problem. Okay, but even to address that quickly, it came from another sister, the disrespect, and to Namika's point, that person probably doesn't love themselves very much to be able to insult a sister who's trying to help. I mean, I don't know, I don't understand a lot of things, but I can speak on what I do understand, and what I do understand are facts. Yes, put some respect on her name. All three of us, four of us. Uh, there was a man named Otto Benga, Otabenga, and he was an exhibit in the Bronx Zoo next to the animals up until 1906. This was after slavery. There was a woman named Sarah Baartman from South Africa who was taken from South Africa to Paris, to London, was put on as an exhibit, like a circus animal. And her body was taken and put in a museum and was not returned to South Africa until about 176 years later. We don't know when we are acting this way toward each other. We are almost, we see each other as the stereotypes that people have placed us in. So we need to look at each other with our own eyes and not what someone has justified us to be. We have the songs of, we talked about love is today, the romanticized, baby, I'll never do this, I'll never. And then we have the opposite side, he broke my heart. How many songs do we have? He wasn't this, he wasn't that. And we hear this as children, and so as me as a boy, oh, that's the kind of guy I have to be. We see on YouTube, and I'm gonna get to the point, and it's gonna be real short, I promise, because I know y'all tired. um You've seen these videos on YouTube. They ask the young ladies, what do you want? A scammer, a drug dealer, or someone who works a 9 to 5? And but we have to think about why. Why do people say this? Why do people say this? Where does a scammer come from? Where does a drug dealer come from? Why is he dealing drugs? How did the drugs get there in the first place? Why were the drugs disseminated to our communities in the first place? Why, when we walk into a store, we are deemed the thief, the robber, even though we can accept that that's not true. So why can't we accept that we are much more than the things that we are subjecting ourselves to? Again, self-love. And back to my point, what did it for me was, as I quote, the person who was talking on the YouTube video was Malcolm X, and he said, and I'll end it here, if we don't know that we've done anything, we can never do anything. So I think we have to be able to, in order to do the impossible, we have to see the invisible. So we have to kind of see what's not there. And if you don't have the background, if you don't have the generation, the lineage, we have to create it, just like Mika created it, just like we continue to create it. So again, for people out there, listen to these videos, read, study, do the knowledge. And last thing, and I'm gonna end it here. I really had two things, but I'm only gonna share one. The next one you gotta tune in next time. So I'm gonna use everybody here, all three of y'all. Put some respect on Crimson's name. What up, Crimson? Three things, or four things really, but Kashawn is not my friend. Rivah is not my friend. Mika is not my friend. They are my teachers. Everyone who you come across in your life, every experience, everything is your teacher. When you take life like that, that everything is your teacher, I think you'll have a much better experience. And that is a key to love that I think, to self love and to loving everybody else that I think we need to work on. So, y'all remember that.
Gotcha.
Great point. Great point. And again, that's still humility, you know, taking that backseat and being able to learn from others. Love that point. And Kashawn, of course. I know. I know.
We have delved into a whole lot tonight. But like everybody's been saying, the self work is very necessary. But in order to get to the self work, we first have to unlearn everything that we were taught that is wrong, and then we have to relearn the things that are necessary. See, we got to put down social media. We got to put down the movies and the reality TV, all of the lies about who we are as Black people. And we got to go learn and research who we are as Black people, who we are spiritually. And then the work can begin. I think our biggest problem today is watching what the next man or next woman is doing, wanting what they have, or trying to one up what they have, instead of focusing on who we are, where we are in our journey, and where we are trying to get to. We got to stop looking outside and focus on what's inside. That's one of the biggest problems and issues we have in marriages and relationships, is because I'll say this, we're looking outside for what should be inside. You know, for men and women, we're looking to our friends for what we should be looking to our spouses for. And we have a misconception of what a relationship, what a marriage is, because of lack of representation, and then gravitating to representation that is not necessarily right or true or works for everybody. So self-work, self-love is a necessary tool that we all need. But like I said, we first got to unlearn the stuff that's been hammered down into us that has sent us on the wrong path to begin with. You know?
So true. That's beautiful. That's so beautiful. Because it's true. Because it's true. We need to hone in and really, and this also goes back to what Mika was saying as well, and what Edward saying, what Jacob was saying. Like pretty much, we're all saying. You kind of summed it up and served it to us on a nice, clean manner. And examine ourselves. You know, it's important. You have to be able to examine yourself to know the person that you are, so that when you are getting into a situation or getting into a relationship, you can easily communicate what this person is going to have to deal with, because you know everything that you encompass, the good, the bad, the ugly. Absolutely. Not you, but you know your family's issues. Again, what you can offer to the community structure, what you can offer to other people as well. Being able to be humble enough to see the other person as a teacher, like all of these things. And so again, I love this conversation, because not only are we speaking of the issues, of the things that we feel like may have caused it. I mean, the fact that we've had so many different age brackets in here. Okay, we went all the way back. We went all the way back to where everybody has felt from different perspectives of where they feel like it began, and to where, you know, it is now, and why we've gotten to where we are now, and also what we think it will take for people to be in relationships, but to also make it to the long haul. You know, so I think this is a very vital conversation. This is that I was not going to be on here that long. Okay.
I just want to add something to Kashawn. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. So, to something that he said that resonated so well with me. He talked about social media, and television. I watch TV maybe one day a week. I put my binge in on certain shows that speaks to me. I don't do reality shows. I don't do fake crap. I like law. I like medicine, so I watch that type of stuff. And I'm on social media. If it's not related to any of my businesses or my day job, I might be on social media 10 minutes twice a day. I barely am on Instagram. It's a choice. And I remember, I'm not sure if it's last week or the week before, but I watch you all the time. So I remember one time when you was talking, huh?
I said, oh, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I remember one time you was talking about, well, it's in our hand, like it's here, like we see it every day. And I wanted, so like I wasn't on there, but I think I might have typed it in chat, but that's a choice. We do have technology. Technology is a choice. Technology don't beat you and say, you gotta look at me. You gotta, Instagram is not open and saying, you gotta pay attention to me. I don't give a two craps about something man-made.
Right.
Man makes it. It doesn't make the man. So if you're gonna allow technology, or you're gonna allow these apps and Instagram and Facebook to dictate what you're gonna do, or you're gonna realize that it's made by man, so man make that choice. So, and that resonated so much with me, because I'm talking to people all the time and I'm like, put it down. Why are you on it? I talk to people about scheduling their day, because you are worthy. Your time is valuable. You need to take your time seriously between work, filling up your cup with joy. When I hear you talk about, you can't pour from the empty cup, I tell my clients all the time, like, you need to carve out every single day time that you can do things that make you happy, to bring you joy, to fill up your cup, because you can't serve from an empty cup. So if you need to fill your cup up with joy, to bring joy in your life. So when you're doing things, you're doing from a happy place, because you're feeding that in your soul. So if you're gonna use technology, it needs to be on your schedule. If you're not on your schedule, put it down. Delete the app. What do you need it for? If it's not for a business, then why are you focused on it? My focus for the day, I have a full-time job, 2 businesses. I work for my husband. I help him with his businesses. I got 3 kids. I got a home. I got a yard. I ain't got time for it. If it's not in my schedule, this isn't in my schedule, but we are planning it. We're planning to put this in our schedule. But if it's not on there, it doesn't get my time. And so that's why people are so consumed. And you were so right when you mentioned that, like that technology and the social media and all that, those are choices that people, they see it and they just want to be something that they're not, because they don't know who they are. So you were so right about that.
That's so true. And I love that you said that. And I think there was a young lady who came on earlier in the chat, and she was like, a lot of the times we don't see representations of like regular marriages on social media, because they so busy, and it's true. Like how you said, they got too much stuff going on. They can't post on Instagram every day. I'm not gonna lie, you might see it a little bit more on TikTok, because it's a smaller viewing, right? You might see like relationships a lot more functioning on TikTok, but
I'm still not on there.
Yeah, it's a lot. Okay?
Everybody named Mama keeps saying, you got TikTok? No, like I'm having a hard enough time for Facebook and Instagram. I have a Twitter and LinkedIn. I barely use. If I'm not promoting my businesses, I'm not on there.
And I want to say too, people might be like, why would you use her as an analogy? But because she's somebody who's like a fashion icon, and she's also very much like running social media with some of the biggest followers, Kim K. Somebody asked her, like, how long are you on social media per day? She's like 30 minutes. Because she has to be on there to post.
Shut up. That's it?
That's what she said. She could be lying, but I don't think so. She got a lot of stuff to do. She got to keep up with her body. Okay, she needs to make sure she's in the gym or doing whatever it is. She got hair appointments. She got business. She got a lot of stuff to do. So she was like, I am not. Like, and a lot of them hire people to post for them.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have the time. They can't. They're making a lot of money doing other things. She got Colin brand makeup. She all over the place. But I think it's important that people realize that, And I know, like I said, somebody's like, "Come on now, Rivah." But I'm just saying, I'm just using that for an example, just because it literally, like, a lot of these people that are on here and have the biggest following spend the least time on it,
And plus, from what I do a lot of scheduled posts. Like, I'm not like, my husband would be like, babe, how'd you post something at like 5 o'clock in the morning? You sleep. I'm like, I schedule it. It comes out automatically at that time. I'm not even on social media, but my system posts for me I don't even have to be on there. I'll just be in the background. So I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It's important. That's another thing that's really important. And I'm gonna end off with that point. It's important to put the phone down. Because the phone is in the way of the relationship between you and your spouse in all different aspects. Comparing yourself to other people, watching other people's relationships, all types of different aspects. Sometimes it's just time. The two of you are spending the time together on the couch. You on your phone the entire time. You're not even watching the same show or watching a movie or whatever it is that you guys are doing, And so with that being said, it is an issue because you were like, oh, we don't even spend time together, but you do. But you don't realize it because your time and your attention goes elsewhere. You watching something on your phone that maybe, your spouse is coming over there interrupting you to spend time with you. And you're like, hold on, I'm watching something that you can play again, that you can find back another time. And it's valuable time that you're missing with your spouse. So we're gonna have to revisit.
I have a quick tip. First
Monday.
date, put the phone down.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You'll get to see a lot more of the person.
When we have dinner together, as a family 2 to 3 times a week, sometimes once a week, depending on how busy we get, there's no electronics at the dinner table. We talk to each other and we listen to how each other feel, how each other think, what are each other's successes and failures for that day, what have each other tried to do that they, feel confident about or learn something from, and how their dreams. Like, it has nothing to do with technology. They have enough technology as it is. So, learn to connect with your family, understand your family, and be able to express yourself without judgment, because they're able to talk about anything without judgment. It's a safe place, a no judgment zone. No matter how they feel, we discuss it and we have a conversation about it, even if it's something that most people see negative. Like, you let your kids say that? Yeah, I'll let my kids say that. So that way they can express themselves and feel comfortable expressing it to their mother, and I can express to them what is considered, socially acceptable outside the home, or that they have a better vocabulary than what they use. And we have a discussion of dialogue, not dictatorship.
There you go.
Right, exactly. Okay, that's it. I'm not gonna. My tea gonna boil over, and next thing you know, it's gonna be 5 hours. Okay, because that's how it always
Good night,
goes.
y'all. Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Next week we're gonna have to. We're gonna think about it. But next week, I think that this is a good. We talked about so many things that there's like a whole other segue that we have to go into. And Mika, this is your first time ever joining. I know that you watched it before. This is your first time ever joining. I want to thank you so much for coming on. We need the feminine energy a part of the conversation. We genuinely do. So I know that you probably will not be able. Well, I hope that you are able to tune in next Monday and also.
Oh yeah, Ghost will remind me. He tells me. I work later on Monday, so around 7 Central is when I get off. So he sent me a little note at my desk and was like, "Rivah's on." So I'll be knowing about you. And plus, you know what? I'm gonna schedule you. I'm gonna put you on my schedule.
Okay, girl.
And set an alarm.
We need, because we need that feminine energy, but also I love the different perspectives. So, guys, of course, Kashana and Edward, you already know. Okay, y'all, my tried and true. Tried and true. So next week we are going to be here again next Monday. I've been working on the time. Okay, I've been working on the time. I tried 7:30 because I said, oh, perfect, 7:30. We'll end a little earlier. That's so I'm not sure the time next week, but we are going to be here on Monday. I always will post it on my Instagram. If you're not following me on Instagram, it's at RIVAH_JORDON. Make sure you follow me there. I always post my story when I am going live on Monday nights and the time, as well as my community page here. So make sure you guys, on your way out, on your way to the rest of your evenings, if you're in California, I could say the rest of your evening, anywhere else, on your way off to bed, make sure you guys hit that like button on your way out. Alexandra, thank you so much for joining, sis. You know I love you, girl. And also, everybody in the chat, thank you so much for sharing your perspectives, your opinions, your feelings, your thoughts about the entire conversation. Crimson Cure, thank you so much for passing through. I don't know what happened, but girl, I ain't gonna let nobody disrespect you on my page, okay? Because we had to go ahead and block that, sis. Okay, because ain't nobody gonna wreak havoc and talk to you bad. You know, I don't like that. So we rectify that. And you got your wrench now, so you can rectify it on your own if it ever happens again. But yeah, so thank you guys all for joining. I really appreciate the time, the perspective. I say it every time. You know, I do my reaction videos and it's me sharing my perspective, but I love having my live stream because it's our time to spend time with each other and really like express different aspects of our conversations, our opinions, our thoughts with each other, so that it's not just one-sided. So thank you guys so much for joining. I love you guys so very much, and I mean that. Okay, y'all know Rivah emotional. I mean it a lot. Okay, I mean it. I love you guys, and I will see you guys tomorrow in the next video. But I will see you guys next week, Monday, for my next live stream. So thank you so much for joining. Mwah. I will see you guys.
Good night, everybody.
You can step into my world, see the way I see it, no matter near or far. It is a sight worth seeing. Step into my world.